Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Moana today? I don't know. We might see a little bit of price improvement today. The market's up. Uh, Futures are all up like almost 100 BPS. Dixie's down. Um, GME has less liquidity generated in the pre-market this morning than it did yesterday, so that's a good sign. Upstart had less liquidity generated in the pre-market this morning, and they've almost used it all up in the pre-market this morning, which is also kind of interesting. So both of those with a little bit of potential. Upstart now off reg show. Be aware of that. So expect them to short the fuck out of it into earnings. They're definitely going to want the price low in case there's any kind of surprise with the buyback. You didn't call it. You called it 4 days ago, and it's been on ever since. Dip, dip, dip. No. Dip, dip, dip on what? On Upstart? Yeah, might be a dip. I'm gonna buy more. If Upstart wants to spend the next year going between $15 and $25, I am all about it. Is this where they generate liquidity? Yeah, in the pre-market, but it's not just on GME. There's secondary sources of liquidity as well. GME's looking pretty good this morning. A little less liquidity than yesterday, and they've already started to use a little bit of it in the pre-market. Not a lot, but Upstart, they've shorted the pre-market. Also, GME arbitrage still quite negative. Did not bounce back yesterday at all. CSPs at 15 are so hot. They couldn't be. They could be. Would you dump Upstart or wait? I'm not dumping it. Re-enter Upstart 2024 synthetic longs right before earnings. That could be something to do. The liquidity is in the room with us now. It defines the efficiency of the market. Dudler. It's accurate, even if we don't understand the power of the tool yet. Anything of note on Docu? I mean, I still own it. It's been doing fairly well performance-wise. Cat to 270, end of NW. Source, trust me, bro. Maybe next week if SLD's rough and Dow outperforms. 317 calls should have been sold when Upstart dropped back below Gamma Max or was above Gamma Max. However briefly that might have been. Upstart CCs are still risky, and so we have a run above 25. I'm pretty sure they're gonna short it. I don't know how risky they are. careful with the market moving up. They did use a lot of their liquidity already this morning. So shorting in the pre-market, volume's already at 800,000, right? So they've done quite a bit of shorting in the pre-market already. Probably to discourage people and in hopes that they can open up some more liquidity. Good time to average down on Baba puts or wait until Tuesday before SLD. I'll probably wait a little bit on the rising market. Nasdaq's up, so I'll kind of let that burn out the bullish momentum on the call chain, and then maybe then average down some puts. Ding ding, by the way. Nice big fat gap up. Hey man, if I sign up for Zillionaire, can you add me on Discord without linking my YouTube to Discord? No. It's automated. You could create a different YouTube account and then sign up with that and link that to Discord if you're concerned with privacy or something. I don't think it pulls anything except like your email address and confirms that, you know, you're a member on YouTube. Like I don't think it pulls any additional data, but yeah, you can create a different YouTube account if you want. Yeah, you can also hide your YouTube on the Discord so people don't know who you are. Spy up, Google down. Would appear that way. Yep. Google 98.46. Although it can bounce back. Nasdaq's up quite a lot. Tesla puts on the rally. Why does everyone want to buy? I get it, it's going out, but Tesla's Gamma Max is still pretty high, and it's got some room to the upside. Give it a ridiculous usernames. I think most of us use an alt YouTube account. You'd be surprised. Good upstart entry for shares 18 and lower. I don't mind buying them at 18. Lower is better, but 18's not the worst. But you could, you know, at 18, there's a chance that you could spend some time underwater, especially if we hit a recession in full stride. Are you holding any Google puts? Yes. I also have covered calls out on Google. The whole upstart business is fascinating to me. My guess is they want to avoid forced covering, but it's so illiquid, so I don't know how much more they can go long short. They can't go long short a lot, but they have unlocked some liquidity over the last several days. There's been covering. There's some more ETF liquidity than there was. It hasn't all been fully realized, but enough of it has clearly that they've been able to get it off reg show. Generally, I think right after it gets off reg show, there's like a little period of price improvement where they try to get a little bit more liquidity before they short it really, really hard. This morning they just started shorting pretty hard in the pre-market, so we'll see how it goes. But I think, and we kind of discussed this yesterday. It is not advantageous for them to go into earnings with it on reg show in case there's a surprise from the share buyback, because that could put them massively underwater, right? So it's far more advantageous to clear it before earnings. Kind of like last time, they got it off like a week or so before earnings, and then it went back on a couple days after earnings. You notice on Upstart, they're very, very afraid of allowing it to go into that forced settlement period. That's because the fail to volume ratio is persistently high, which means that if they get into a period of forced covering, they could end up failing more in each day than they're able to cover, um, which is, means compounding FTDs. Is Bill Gates shifting his? I'm sure Bill Gates closed his $2 billion short on Tesla at $600 or whatever he opened it at. Can you tell me on which stocks you sell covered calls? I sell covered calls on a bunch of shit. Mostly stuff that I want to own for a long period of time. Otherwise, I just try to sell CSPs and not get assigned for income. But right now, I'm selling covered calls on GME, Palantir, Google, Upstart. Not out on Fubo, but that's just because I don't know if the downside is big enough for us to see two, and it's not really worth selling them at three. SCHD, I'm selling some on Amazon that are in the money. I have some out on Docu that are out of the money. What else? I have some out on Microsoft. BTU, I have a lot out. Greeks, they're in the daily, always. But I will copy and paste them over. There you go. How far do we pull back on SPX? We do not want to see the gap fill, ideally. Little too soon for the morning's OI data, but yeah, we really don't want to see the gap fill here. Do you think we see 4,200 today? We could see higher prices today. We'll see how much profit taking there is. That's going to be the first part of this morning, probably, is profit taking, consolidation, and repositioning. If there isn't an immense amount of profit taking, and there could be a decent amount because we went above 4150, but if there isn't an immense amount of profit taking, then we may climb higher. Did you roll your Google CCs down? No? Up? They're just at 100. I haven't moved them. I have puts also, in an equal number of them. So I'm already double weighted to the downside, and I'd prefer not to take assignment. We time to average down on Baba puts, or do you think we have some room to move up? It might have a little room. 108's kind of a hard resistance, but it could slide above that if the indexes have like a good day. What GME CCs do you have out currently? I have 125 2450 for next week. Well, 2450 and $25 calls for next week. No, I haven't heard anything about Bobby's calls being blocked. My port always does better after a gift membership. Win by SPX 0 DTEs. Uh, I'm not yet because I want to see what the positioning looks like and see if this recovers before filling the gap. Check DMs. Oh. Go. Good day to roll out $18 upstart CSPs. Um, you probably uh you probably want them after earnings, I guess, or roll them down. Would you forego profits on upstart CSPs if you would get shares at 1166 if assigned? I have no shares as of yet and willing to get assigned. Thoughts? And that I think that's a very decent price. Where's my IBKR account pattern day trader restricted? It's saying I need 25K in it to be able to do this. How does it violate an SEC rule? It sounds like you performed more than 3 day trades in the allotted period of time. You're not allowed to do that unless you have more than $25,000 in your account. Generally speaking, they warn you repeatedly before you're about to do that. That's on Upstart March 17, 25C. Ivy kind of falling on them. I mean, you can try to hold them, but I feel like there was a better period of time to sell those and move those out. I don't have any like March positions left on Upstart. I closed everything up through like Jan 2024. So just leaps now for me. Um if you're in those, I mean you can sell PMCCs against them to offset the loss. That's one option. Or hope for a bounce with the market. What are some of the top things to learn and try to understanding where they are? Assessing volume on the underlying is pretty important. Understanding key psychological levels. You're extremely lucky that no one trash talked the Whig Party during all that. We would have had an issue. I know. I read your post. I I apologize profusely, Fluffy. I think I just saw Upstart CCs right before earnings, right above my cost basis, which is just under 17. 2 weeks out to take advantage of the IV and certain shorting after. Thoughts? Could be okay. Be prepared to buy them back. There is still a chance that we see price action during the OPEX period, and I wouldn't want to have covered calls open during that time frame unless I sold a lot of theta on them up front. A lot of weird. What's with all the fucking Bobby people saying stupid shit to me? And like upvoting Bobby comments 18x in a thread with 4 other upvotes. And it's also their only comment in our subreddit ever. Fuck off. Fucking nut jobs. How does Gamma look this morning? I don't know yet. I'm waiting for an update from opening OI. Probably roughly the same as it did last night, with a lot of call interest above 41.35, given that it was long dated at the time. I don't think we saw any significant long side capitulation yesterday, which is something we discussed. I should have an update soon, if I don't already have one. I don't have one yet. Oh. I do have 0 DTs. It looks like some call volumes building. 4175, 4200, 4205, and 4210. So there's some out of the money interest there. GME's still pretty reactive to market pressure, which is a good sign. Bobby holders like AMC? Kind of seems like it. It's like, hey guys, they just diluted the fuck out of the value of my shares. Let's buy some. You've already acted as exit liquidity for Ryan Cohen. Who was that other shithead? The ginger. I can't remember his name. Morgan Freeman. Yeah. So you've been Ryan Cohen, Morgan Freeman, and most of this channel's exit liquidity. And then Sue Gove's exit liquidity as well. and you just keep going back for more. Why? Why don't you just send her a check or crowdfund her golden parachute? They quieted down the last time their pumping didn't work. I guess they're trying again. No, Gustavo didn't have a golden parachute. She isn't sold. She barely owns anything. Baba ripping my puts apart. Why RC do this? Do you have theta? Why do you care? From a trading perspective, what's the benefit of directly shorting versus buying puts? Considering puts limit upside risk. Sometimes you can't buy puts, but you really want to short something. Or the options market is illiquid and buying puts is not beneficial. Both of those can happen. I've I very, very rarely short sell anything. But a little while ago, I had to short sell EPAM, which is a really good example. It had a big drop. Well, it was getting ready for a big drop, and it had a big gap to the downside, and all the spread on the puts was like a few dollars. So buying puts was just out of the question. And so I just shorted it. I protected myself with some calls, but yeah, I just shorted it. It worked out quite well. There is infinite risk, but if you can manage the risk and you're confident in your play, you shouldn't care. Stocks that you buy can go to zero, so that's always a thing too. Where do you see it falling to? I mean, it's the green line on the chart there. That's the price target. Insanity. Direct shorting always feels so sketchy. It does. Yeah, unless you're an institution and you don't give a shit, and you have tons of margin, it's pretty frightening as a retail investor to go direct short. Well, if you're gonna get in and out, like when I day traded stock, I would short. I don't like to, but I would. Fortunately, I was day trading in mostly bull markets, so shorting didn't happen too often. Now that Upstart is offering show and down in the 18s, what's your best bet on we'll see we'll see going into and following earnings? Shorting all the way through or until and then pop after? I think they're going to try to short into earnings, but right now, today at least, I think they've used up most of their liquidity with which to short today already. Has a stock actually ever gone to zero? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Ray Sherwin is the 12 billion in debt, 1.5 billion ST debt, and only 200 million cash on hand, a source of concern in a high interest market. I don't think so. Sherwin has an quite an insane amount of money. They can also accumulate far more debt. Their debt to asset ratio is, I think, like it's only at like 86%. They've been paying their debt off pretty frequently over, or at least the near term liabilities. Like the current liabilities have been getting paid down since like Q2 of last year. I think they've shaved off like 2 billion. The non-current liabilities aren't due for a while. And they have like 500 something million in free cash flow. So that's in addition to paying down their debt. Double top or triple bottom? Well, that's not really a triple bottom. That would be a double bottom. The market opened here. Yeah, I mean at the current rate they should have their current liabilities down to like I'm trying to remember the valuation stuff I did on it. I think like 3 point something billion by 2024. They can also just make the interest payments. They have more than enough money coming in every quarter. And if they do, then their free cash flow is going to bounce back up. They're spending right now, they're spending about like 300 million a quarter, 300 million to 500 million a quarter on paying down those short-term notes. No, I think Upstart's just they kind of tapped out the liquidity, and when the market goes up, we go up. Market go down, we go down. That kind of deal. Was it just running in concert with the other meme stocks? Pretty much, yeah. It had some liquidity realization. I mean, it moved up a decent amount, not 100%, but close. Um, some of the put wall at 250 finally broke down. We'll see how institutions reposition on this dip that's incoming, and how far it goes. Down Squirt, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Later, BMG. I'll see you later, dude. Any updates on the state of a near-term Fubo run? I mean, Fubo just ran quite a bit. But I know some of the positioning I picked up near the bottom did very well. I still have all my long dated stuff on it for the most part. I closed some of the synthetic longs. Um, I'll probably reposition once it starts to get a little more liquid again. It didn't actually pick up a lot of liquidity during this time period, so I don't think FUBA has really realized a lot of liquidity. It may be pushed out until like Feb OPEX, maybe March, depending on if they take advantage of the deferral or not for the rest of it. But they're all in the same position. They've all realized a little bit of liquidity. I don't think any of them have any significant obligations that are going to be due in the near term from deferrals. So the next period of liquidity realization, we'd be looking towards OPEX or the deferral period due from Feb into the next OPEX if we don't have any price action in February. They're all still relatively illiquid, so they can't short any of them as hard as they could normally after a full-on OPEX, right? The low volume yesterday signals that the stock is exhausted to go down, right? Short exhaustion. I mean, I think the short positioning yesterday indicated that there was short exhaustion, given that most of it was very short dated. Um, and all of the longer dated positioning that was coming in for the most part was bullish or very far out of the money to the downside. Any OI update on SPX? Yeah, didn't I go over that? Zero DTs were getting bought out of the money this morning, like 4075, 4175, 4200. For SPX itself, yeah, we look quite strong above 4150. And as long as the 4135 and 4140 hold up and don't take profits too early, which it doesn't look like they're doing, I think there's a very good chance we can move up to 4175, maybe higher. There is really no short interest until 4125, and we're quite a bit above that. Do you think 3030 Netflix puts for 317 is enough delta-ness? Delta-ness? Also, would you say that I might get a better entry early next week? That's possible, yeah. I still think the market has room to move up. Otherwise, I'd be going short a lot more things right now. I see you made up that term. Watching the 1 hour chart on Jimmy, it seems that there is a slow grind out between 11-1 today in March, and the similar kind of grind precedes some higher price. Can this be like March or other? It could be, yes. Novice options player here. How long does a person hold something like a 217 TQQQ calls slightly out of the money? Not too long. Few days, maybe. Every day you hold it out of the money is a day that you needed to go more in the money. I thought we were well above the 4125s yesterday too, didn't we? No, no. I think yesterday we closed at 4120.90. We actually slumped down into the end of the day. fairly well below the 41.25s. Have you discussed your thoughts on Upstart being off reg show? Yeah, I expect them to short it. Alright, see you in a bit, Milani. Does no one read the daily DD? They don't. No one ever reads the fucking daily DD. Most people tune in for like a few minutes, listen to like 3 minutes of what I say, then form an opinion that's entirely different than what they should be doing. You have to remember that a large number of investors are uninformed because they either don't have the time to be informed or they choose not to be informed. Okay, some of you read the daily DD, but not a lot of you. Or you read it and don't upvote it, which is douchey. It's kind of like, hey, Pi-Fi, long-time caller, first-time listener. Can you tell me how to make $1 million? Yeah, but that's because that's what social media tells them, right? Like everybody on social media in the finance realm is like, hey man, this is how you make $1 million. You could be rich and take photos in front of other people's Lamborghinis too. I make money every day. Look at my paper trading account. I have seen actual videos from YouTube like finfluencers that are actually even fucking Matt Kors actually loses his money on stream. Like I've seen ones that are actual fucking paper trading accounts, or they're using TradingView Rewind and like making a video about making a shitload of money by like replaying chart action from the day prior. And they're like, and that's how you do it. So when everyone's promising the world, right? Why would you want to listen to the guy who tells you you're probably going to fail? Yeah, the best way to make $10 million is or $1 million is first have 10 million, then lose 9 of it. Oh, I just had to deal with some like shit this morning with my mom's car, so I just didn't have time to write up a lot. I wrote what needed to be said, I think. I vote everything you post because of those scrumptious hazel jewels you bought at everyone. Tease. I voted, and now all my liked videos are a slow time lapse of you supposed to be getting older, but you just keep looking better. I can't wait till this grays out. I'm gonna be so good looking. We can make money from pasts? Apparently, yeah. I think I already told you I saw someone make a live trading video with an account number starting with demo. I've seen some shit. People DM them to me all the time. It's funny. I tune into Cat Call You. I know you do, Grim too. So you're saying we should all be finfluencers and make money that way? I'm not sure any of them. I mean, this is not a good job at all. I mean, maybe like Matt Kors and like trades were killing it in the peak of like the meme stock like exuberance, but no. YouTube's not a good job. You'd be better off getting a real job. No, it wasn't the dealer's shit being shady. It was just like some shit with DMV. I had to run over to a copy and print place and use a fax machine. I didn't buy extended insurance. I've taken your teachings and decided to make money on non-meme stocks. It's way easier. 10 out of 10 would recommend. $800 profit on an overnight straddle feels good. Thanks, Pickle God. Congratulations, man. Yeah, there's a lot more of the market than shitty over-shorted retailers that don't make money. Not that I don't like shitty over-shorted retailers that don't make money. I do. I have a penchant for them, but there are other companies that do make money. I know, it's crazy. And offer forward guidance. I didn't suggest DocuSign. Fail. Oh well. I don't know if I'm going to be able to convince DMV to switch their programs all over to DocuSign, but I suppose I could try. Get one of those fancy office laser printers with a fax machine built in. They last forever, and you never have to pay for a fax again. Just the landline. Ew. Bold of you to assume that any of us who have been here for a year and a half are still hireable. I would say that people who've paid attention over the last year could easily pass a Series 7. They ask you questions on a Series 7 like, is a vertical bear call spread bearish or bullish? Or a vertical call spread bearish or bullish if obtained for credit? Like, it's that easy. I mean, haven't you guys seen Boiler Room? Ben Affleck fucking passed it. And Vin Diesel. Visceral was unmodded? Seriously? He shouldn't be. I'll remod him. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Ben Affleck is a genius. Yeah, I saw Robinhood lost 57 million on Cosm. 4,200 the upper limit this week? Not necessarily, but probably. Stares at actuary exams. Those are actually hard. Is this price action evidence of someone trying to pull us down into the gap? Or have we been watching too much Alex Jones? JK, but seriously, how many times are we going to test the top of the gap? Bulls building or can't get momentum? It looks like Bulls are building up a little bit of a position. Slowly. There was definitely some profit taking earlier. VIX is in like the 1916 range. So it's kind of inversely correlated to the price action right now, which would imply that there's a lot of options buying, or at least futures buying, or both. The boiler room reference might be the best joke you've ever made on stream. I feel that might be an insult. That movie was real? Of course. Does Fubo get a 1 million short spike now? Maybe. Can I take a Series 7 test without educational background or work experience? You have to be sponsored. So you got to get your foot in the door somewhere. But yeah, I mean, funds still need bodies on the floor. Not everyone's going to be a fucking, PhD physicist. I haven't worked in that industry in a while, but I would imagine that yes, you can still get into a fund with some college or like if you're smart, a high school diploma, but you're gonna have to prove you're smart somehow. Yeah, I saw the Robinhood thing. I don't have a Reddit account, so I can't upvote, but I do smash that like button on your private OnlyFans. That's all I ask. By the way, thanks to the AMC Bobby Insider info you posted there right before the run. The market is dead until later tomorrow or next week. Later, y'all, and get them where you can. Really? There's a lot of fucking calls coming in right now, Superman. How are feuds looking? Decent, accumulating. Buy side looks strong. Still having a rough time with 4165, but we might test it again here soon. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a pretty good day. Best financial movies ever and go. There's only like three, right? And one of them's really bad. No, I'm just kidding. There's a few. Wolf of Wall Street's pretty good. Heavily dramatized, but good. The Big Short, uh, Boiler Room. Margin Call's the worst movie. One of the worst movies I've ever seen. That's about it. Ripping on flat earthers for over 2 hours was by far the best jokes you've ever made. I don't know. Sparkling Recession was probably the best. Is that a movie? Did WeBull move where the show gaps option is? I don't think so. No. I mean, to be fair, the beginning of a recession is probably not the best time to try to find a job in finance. What's up playing a bounce on Google? It could bounce, although I'm going to say it doesn't look very good right now. As somebody who's fairly heavily short Google right now, it's not looking good for you. training day taught me about taxation without representation. Here's my margin call is my favorite. Here's the plot, bro. We don't have enough money if number go down. Boss, sell stocks. The end. Yes. Futures. The spread between futures and SPX varies depending on time till the next contract rolls over. I'd love a Quaalude. Well, that's one take. Have you ever read Liar's Poker by Michael Lewis? Curious to hear your thoughts. If so, I have. It's been a while since I've read it, but I did read it. I think it's a very accurate portrayal of the personality types that you find in high finance. You know what? For you, Walken, I would imagine Margin Call is a excellent movie. It's really at your level. It was a domain control joke. It's not from the. I didn't know what you were joking about. It was like not contextual. I get it now that you've tied it into champagne. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well now, yeah. With context, I remember. Phoebe's doing a little move. I'm still catching up. These stocks are attached to real companies? Sort of. You can get high in finance. What's up, Mike? Did you think it's still a decent entry for Google March 17Ps, or is that ship sailed? Um, it hasn't sailed, but decent strong. Trash removal's pretty defensive. I don't know anything about GFL. Just because they're in the sector doesn't mean they're a good company, and I haven't looked at anything regarding them at all. Brewster's Millions? That's not a it's not like a finance movie. I should have listened to the Pickle Oracle about Nvidia puts. I bought them before chat was annoying Gherk about it. Once I heard Gherk, I bought another shorted dated call to even out. Thanks, Pickle Man. Nice, dude. Gamma Max is like 230, I think. Might be a little higher now. Gamma Max 266. I don't know how I feel about futures selling off to 4150. VIX is still sub 20. Is this going to be the extent of profit taking? Let's go lower. Yes. VIX rising a little. Pretty inversely correlated here. The VIX dropped on the initial sell-off? That seems bad. SPX at resistance. That's very strange. Okay. I noticed Jimmy's pumping every 4 trading days approximately. It's every T+3. Is there a reason or theory behind that? Yeah, they keep using a bunch of ETF liquidity that's unavailable and having to cover it. Upstart's still on Reg Show? No, it's not. You can tell that they've used their Upstart liquidity. They didn't take it hard as I expected with that SPX drop. Yeah, they haven't used it all, but they're very low. They used most of it in the pre-market. Probably hoping to open up to a sell-off due to it being off Reg Show. Although I think there's institutions and individuals who are willing to buy Upstart at 18. So it may have been a mistake on their part. That's the settlement period for APs. T+3 +2. But initial creation redemption should happen in T+3. They can extend it. And there can also be delays due to if the NSCC is reported the trade or not. Like, the trades don't have to be reported when they're initially made by the ETF. The ETF has, well, kind of as much time as they want to report the trade. Upstart's earnings had nothing to do with firm's earnings had nothing to do with Upstart getting off Reg Show. Reg Show is finalized before the end of the trading day. So it's as of the close of CNS, its fails were sufficient to remove it from Reg Show. But I do that, Wessels. My sell off, it looks like some profit taking. Not so much on SPX, but on futures. I don't know if this is gonna stabilize here or not. It could. A sell off to this level, if we recover from this level, is pretty good. That's not a very big pullback. Bulls are still skittish, but they are starting to buy longer dated positions. I took profits on the Google play at 150% because you don't laugh in the face of those profits. That's fair. Any thoughts on repositioning back in? There's still time. Probably not worth it at this point. The range is kind of minimal until SLD. You might want to wait for like a small recovery. It's a little over short. I mean, them failing on their AI model was not part of my purchase of a short position, so that was just like an extra bonus. But because of that, now it's a bit oversold, and it may pull back before SLD. Apparently, Netflix isn't going to be reporting subscriber count moving forward. Okay. It'll maybe remove some of the volatility from their pricing. Do you see Jimmy spiking to 23 before SLD next week? Any chance this week? Slim one. Yeah. Rudimentary question. I'm still learning, but to maximize profits for puts, is it better to buy long dated far in the money? Not necessarily. You only need to buy in the money puts if you're expecting a serious decline in implied volatility. So if something's got very high IV and you expect it to go down, you probably don't want to pay for a lot of that extrinsic value up front. In which case, yeah, like stocks like, GME when they run or Upstart when they run, it can be beneficial to buy in the money puts before they go down. Yeah. Because otherwise, you're paying an extremely high amount of money for like premium for implied volatility, and that's gonna degrade, right? And so you're gonna lose the money you paid up front. Whereas if you buy in the money puts, you're not really spending a lot of money, and you're just exposing yourself to delta. Upstart gonna bounce. Upstart's out of liquidity, so expect it to be sensitive to the market for the rest of the day. No problem. Anything interesting you've been researching or looking into lately? Yes. In regards to what? Oh, something I'm doing on GameStop that I want to find out is I want to get a better picture of, well, a broader picture of liquidity on GameStop. So that's something I've been digging into. So I can kind of see how these deferral processes play out in greater detail. What does T plus number mean? Trading day plus number of trading days. So the trade date plus however many trading days. So like this period was really interesting actually, and maybe creates more questions than it answered. But the fact that there was some predictability of the move is definitely something that we want to pursue more, right? So how hopefully through liquidity we can gain insight into when deferrals are taking place, how they affect the underlying, and when they are covered, and how secondary market liquidity is realized in the underlying. And I think if we can pinpoint that, we get a an even better idea of how kind of all of these pieces fit together. Where did Nvidia and Tesla seem so strong during this bear rally? This Nvidia run far exceeded your expectations, right? Not really. It's kind of right now right at my expectations. If we move up to 4,200, it will exceed them. But Tesla, I mean, had a massive, big fat short over short position on its huge drop in market cap, and it's also a volatile, like a big. It's a much bigger volatility short than GME or Upstart or any of those. But you're talking billions and billions and billions of dollars put into shorting the volatility on something like Tesla. It's a far more liquid and efficient market, and so the realization of those positions closing isn't so violent, but it is very long lasting. And because of the rolling hedge, right? Because that hedge gets so much momentum, it can be, the covering period can be far more extended. What determines the T? The day the trade is conducted. There's also some other things I want to look into. I want to see. I want to look a little bit more. I want to take some time while I have it between this in this kind of lull, and figure out where ETF FTDs are realized and where they're not, and where they are primarily on the stocks we're interested in. So by looking at the relative moves in the ETFs compared to the underlyings we're watching, we can see which ETFs they are more actively using. And thus we can hone in on where the fails are that affect the stocks we're interested in, right? You know, if it's like VXL or VXF, VO, VTI, XRT, IJH, IKR, like, and by honing in on those, you know, then we can more accurately pinpoint where the larger period of our fails will occur within that 6-day window. Like we know ETF FTDs are pretty accurate, right? In a given range. Like there was no question that Monday we saw a lot of ETF FTDs. But then Tuesday, we had a lot of FTDs, but there wasn't a lot of realization on stocks we're watching, right? And so why? Why when we look at that basket of ETFs, are we seeing a high number of fails and then sometimes realization, sometimes no realization, right? And since we're using all the ETFs as kind of like an average to figure out where those net short fails are occurring, if we can hone in on exactly which ETFs, we can better predict where exactly those ETF FTDs will be covered. So that's kind of exciting. I love this market. Big tech company rushes and shows off its AI shit. The AI shit fucks up on the one shot it's got. Then the big tech company loses 100 billion in market cap in a single day. Yep. Unity? I'm not like a big fan of them, but what do you want me to look at? You want to enter a position on it? It's kind of chasey, right? It's like right at resistance. So if you don't break up here, um, you're in a pretty bad spot. CapEx is going down, and they're a packaged software company. So I can't imagine they're going to do very well this year, or at least over the course of this year. I don't think this is an opportune time to enter, at least based on the sector and the price. If you'd entered, if you'd asked me the same question around $28, I probably would have felt differently. But this seems over exuberant and due for a pullback. I mean, I felt like Google was already a little overbought, and then the AI thing kind of just added to that. This thing trying to fail? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, actually, this pullback looks kind of bullish. At least on futures, it looks kind of bullish. It's hard to tell though with the VIX going up on or going down on dropping prices. I love Cat, even if you disapprove of weeklies on it. Cat's pretty awesome. I mean, I have calls. I just don't want to buy weeklies. Sometimes I'll get 0 DTs on it if I think like Dow's gonna have a good day. I guess his retail is selling all the FANG names and is holding the most Google. Maybe. I think retail was chasing like Netflix hardest, honestly. And Meta, maybe. You said you like Google over Goog, right? Yeah. Any bullish thoughts on iconic soccer team Manu stock bid being bankrolled by GS? I think if the sale goes through, share recall causes ups. As I type this, I realize likely too risky a play. Yeah, that's a big risk. I mean, sure, if it goes through towards the end of it, but you have plenty of time to enter. There's no need to rush. And if there are like entrenched shorts, they'll short a bunch before the buyout finalizes. Is there a big put wall on Cat? No. Institutions aren't stupid enough to put up big put walls on Cat. Someone will come in and buy 10,000 shares and it'll blow up all their puts. Can you please explain the relationship irregularities between VIX and SPX? VIX is inversely related to XPX, but it does have irregularities. What kind of irregularities does it have? Most of the time, volatility is inversely correlated to index value. So volatility up, index down, but not always true. You can dig deeper into that if you want to get it. I'm not gonna get into it, but there are lots of papers on the subject. Is that someone you? Which someone? I'm starting back to 12. I don't know. I mean, they're using the liquidity they have to short the downticks, but it still seems sensitive to upside price action. I think the market can bounce. If it doesn't, you know, everything's just gonna go down for the day. But if it does, I think Upstart might claw back. I don't know if it'll get back to 19, but it might get close. Pi-Fi stole my heart, and he stole my wife's loins. Oh, Carl. Come on, Bulls. Upstart and Fubo dead. Jimmy the only one left with any hope? Maybe. I mean, Upstart and Fubo aren't dead. They're just done for now, I think. Jimmy may not be completely done yet. We need a little bit more liquidity on Jimmy to effectively short it, and unfortunately, they used a bunch of the liquidity to try to keep it from breaking out over the last month. The consistently rising market was not great for their positioning, right? Thankfully, because retail doesn't buy options anymore. If retail bought options, we could have this kind of shit all the time. But what are you gonna do? Buy hold DRS is the narrative. The reason why Jimmy didn't drop, it's still pretty illiquid. Drop with what? No, now it's whatever. Who gives a shit? Fucking stupid. The whole thing's stupid. I love straddling SPX. It doesn't matter which way it goes, you can still make money. Yeah, it's pretty fun. What are you looking for in Fubo's upcoming earnings? Higher subscriber count? That'd be very good. Thoughts on GME's illiquidity? Kind of hard for them to short it right now, as you can see. I cannot believe how much money is in DRS from the pickle jar. I'm not criticizing how people invest. I'm just jealous of all that untapped CC potential. Is anybody in the pickle jar DRS? It can't be very many. SPX 4150, a good straddle? Straddle now for CPI might be too early or not really. 4150 is not a bad straddle. We're not anywhere near it right now, but CPI's bullish push could be very short-lived. Usually like 3 to 5 DTE. Martla flying. Five's better. You're doubling your theta decay overnight when you enter it. Chris Edwards, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Buying calls on GME while it's volatility shorted is pointless. If we piled into calls, they would just sell more and take our money. Yeah, I agree. I would say it's not being heavily volatility shorted right now. At least not sub 25. They're in a little bit of a tricky situation. So they left Upstart fairly liquid into the they left XRT fairly liquid into the beginning of the month, and kind of didn't touch it from the time they cleared it in like around November 18th, right? And then since the beginning of, well, actually since December OPEX, and then from January like 23rd on, they've used an obscene amount of XRT liquidity, keeping GME from breaking out. But now we're reaching a period where like IGH isn't very liquid. GME isn't very liquid, and XRT is very illiquid, right? So they've burned up a lot of their potential liquidity, and now there could still be a couple more weeks before any of it can be realized on the ETF side, right? So I don't think you're going to see a lot of strong volatility shorting occur right now. Don't forget, a lot of them are still long vol into March 17th, right? Those positions are still there. They're shorting the peak of the volatility as we run up and test 25 in order to keep the market maker hedge from flipping. But outside of that, they're not really, like, they're not shorting volatility in this range. I haven't DRS'd anything. JFresh was a little bit. Did he disclose that among the quants at all? What? I just had my first look at the Country Club Discord, and the information you provide is amazing. Thanks for all you do, Pickle Man. I can't wait to lose money in new and exciting ways. I wish you the best on your quest. I had some DRS, then I undRS during the split, lost 276 shares for 6 months, had to fight TDA through the state agency and got my shares back last week. What a ride. Fair and transparent. Fucking A. Well, you could cry in your car about it. Yeah, JFresh had a few shares. Oh, yeah, JFresh had some. He had like, what was it, 10 shares DRS'd at one point? But he sold those. He got a check in the mail like 3 weeks later. Closed my Google CCs today for $1,500 profit, and yesterday I made $700 on Google puts. Thank you, Pickles Picks. Repost because I think you missed it. Congrats, Renzer. Yeah, Google's been really awesome. The like just churning income off of it has been phenomenal, especially over like the last 2 months. And just like that, I lost respect for JFresh. He did it like right at the very beginning, like in October of 21, when it was still kind of a big unknown. Best play ever. Thank you for Google. No problem. I think Google's going to be really good for maybe the rest of this year. It's big tech and it's a little overvalued, but it's not very overvalued, and they have a huge moat that protects them. And I think because of that, there's going to be a lot of pricing uncertainty in Google, which is amazing if you take advantage of it. Sub 87. You really don't want to pick up Google unless it's on a serious market decline. Right now it's overpriced, I think. Some value investors would disagree with me and say it's worth about 110, but thoughts on Oxy? I bought in earlier this week around 60 for some uppies. Do you agree? That sounds like a good price. A little bit better than Buffett's last buy-in, I think. So you're not in a bad place. Can you provide an update on Gamma Max on Tesla? It's 266. Tesla very rarely crosses gamma max. Be aware of that. It hasn't crossed gamma max since like November of 2021. Liquidity grabs on GME? No, sensitivity to the market. It's very index sensitive right now. High beta. Beta up. Think Jimmy could break 22, 23? I think if we get a sustained push in the indexes, then yes. You think CPI up or down next Tuesday? I think not protecting yourself against the possibility that a print comes in higher is reckless. Market being a real piece of shit today again. Yeah. It's early. I actually think the SPX looks pretty good today. I like where the positioning is. Our early day sell-off wasn't too extreme. We're finding a decent amount of support here. If we can move up and fill the gap at like 41, 47, pull back and then move up into the late afternoon, I think it actually looks really good to begin like a couple day recovery into next week. At which point we will, if the market's above 41.75 by next Tuesday, we'll probably have a full sized SLD. Is beta up what you say to Carl before you take his wife? No. I say come out of the closet. It's creepy when you look through the slats. 67RS427. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Can you quickly explain SLD? Yeah, core funds need to be sold off in order to deposit money to increase margin into the next period. Margin needs to be increased, especially before the monthly OPEX, before the options expiration when risk is at its highest and volatility in the market is elevated. So, generally speaking, you see because the market is currently so over leveraged and illiquid, you see a pullback in index pricing over sometimes a short period, sometimes several days, as people make those deposits. I can trade reasonably well. I'd like to think thanks to your help. But the one thing I can't figure out is a day like this is what makes you feel so confident that we'll move up. I obviously there's some hesitancy, but I like the way the positioning looks. I still want to confirm a bounce here. Like I said, I want to see that gap to the upside fill. I want to see a little more confidence in the out of the money call positioning. But I'm not seeing a lot of put build up in our current price range. I don't see a reason for bulls to take profits again at this level. If we do see another profit taking, it would be kind of full bear for the rest of the day. But yeah, right now, I think there's plenty of opportunity for momentum to the upside. I think buyers are coming in, and they're coming in a little bit stronger than yesterday, and sellers really aren't making their presence known. There's a high degree of certainty for price stability, and that tends to breed confidence psychologically. I've noticed the big straddle points are usually on the hundreds. Sometimes, not always. Right, going into Powell's speech, the big straddle point was 41.20. It really just depends. Interest is attracted to interest, right? So the more interest that builds up at a level, or the more stagnation you do around a level, um, the more likely that level is to lock into place before a big macro event occurs. If you had March 17, 23 calls, what would be a good overnight hedge? Date, strike. March 17, 20, $23 calls? On what? Deck P. Give me a few more specifics. What do you have them for? What are you hedging? Like, what overnight are you hedging specifically, or just every overnight? You have them on GME? And what are you trying to, like, hedge CPI or SLD, or are you trying to hedge just in general, trying to hedge the downside? I mean, you can sell covered calls outside of your, depending on your share ownership. You can sell covered calls above your strike. You can sell PMCCs above your strike to offset theta decay. Um, Alternatively, you could buy puts, but you would want to get them in the money, to hedge downside potential in case the position moves against you. And then, once you'd confirmed that downside, you could close the March calls and then buy them later when you close your puts. Buy back into them later when you close your puts. PMCCs are a poor man's covered call. It's when you sell a naked call at a strike above the current long call that you have open. So those are some options. Yeah, no problem, man. The consolidation pattern on SPX is bearish? No? Sure. I don't know if it's going to close the gap. We need to find more sellers, or we need profit taking for the gap to close. A breakdown here is not ideal. That is bearish. A breakup would have been better. Is there any put interest? Not a lot of put interest below 41.40. So this is a long side sell-off. Zero DTs are pretty stacked. Gamma's pretty flat below 41.35. So I don't see a lot of, I mean, this is profit taking. Just because there's no puts pulling down on the price in any significant way. There's very, very few puts to our downside, and Gamma's mostly positive in this range still. Gamma positive down to 41.25, so I think as long as we can stay away from 41.25, we're in a good place. Slip to 41.25 would be kind of bad. I would have much preferred to have tested the upside than to have gotten a second sell-off. Bulls are a little too skittish. 41.25 not nearly as negative as it was yesterday. We'll see how this looks in about 4 minutes. Down 86% on SPX calls every day this week. Buy puts? If picking a longer term short tech company between Tesla and Nvidia, which would you choose? I've got June 150 to 170 that are underwater right now. Will they be safe and go in the money by that time? I mean, I think you jumped the gun a little soon, but you do have a lot of theta. I don't know what you have 150 and 170s on, Tesla versus Nvidia. I think the potential for Tesla to sell off faster is higher than it is on Nvidia. I feel like it should be nominated for worst trader of our generation. Maybe. Why? Why? Why do you feel that way? Hmm. What's it gonna take for GME to GM? GME already came close to Gamma Max. It's not gonna cross it right now. Maybe in a few weeks. Hmm. Oh, okay. Curious. Upstart below gamma neutral. If we break above 1813, do you see additional 3 to 4% gains? Um, hmm. I don't know if we'll get 3 to 4% if we break above gamma neutral, but we might get a little bit of price action. I don't think gamma max is going to drop very much. It would be wise to sell my 24C GME calls before SLD next week. They expire on Feb 24, and I'm in the red now. They expire Feb 24. I'm in the red now. You you're banking on the market rising to get a better exit opportunity. So, and if the market pushes up, GME might move up to 22, 23, and you might get a little bit better exit. I don't know if you're going to end up profitable. That'll depend on when you bought the calls. You should plug them into an options calculator and see where your break even is, but you might get close to it depending on your cost basis. How much longer for the buy low portion of Upstart so I can sell high? I know, sounds crazy. These prices aren't bad. They're not great. But they're not terrible. I would prefer, given the amount of short interest, I would probably prefer to be buying Upstart below $15. 18 to 15 is not terrible, but it's also not great. 15 to 13, very cheap. You still think SPX looks good today? Yeah, unfortunately. Uh, um, hmm. All right. I banned the bot. Today's upstart will hit 911. These stocks always go lower. Not always, but sometimes. Asking again in case you missed. What about buying near out of the money puts each afternoon for upstart to sell the next morning? Shorts seem to push in the morning, then run out of liquidity. Near out of the money puts each afternoon to sell the next morning. Shorts seem to push in the morning and then run out of liquidity. I mean, sometimes they do. Sometimes the market rises overnight and they need to use up their liquidity early in the day. So that's probably not the most reliable play. Are they out of pre-market liquidity on GME yet? They've got to be pretty close. Very close. Maybe like 10% of it left. Arbitrage is rising a bit, but it's still unresolved. So some of these spikes in price that we've seen have been the resolution of arbitrage. We still need to see more upside before it's fully resolved, though. How are futures looking right now? Fix at 1950. Is that the end of long side accumulation? It's really hard to tell. Hmm. All right. Ooh. Yeah, call interest is picking up a lot here. Put interest is also picking up. Shit. That's going to be a bit of a struggle. Overall, yeah, 4135 is hard to cross. But if we get some short capitulation on the in the money puts, 4145, 4150, and we can move above 4140. 4140 is a key level. If we slip 4130, we can probably move down to like 4115, 4110. So we want to hold this, otherwise it gets pretty bearish. I think it looks good. This consolidation right here is going to matter a lot, though. Well, I did average down my 4170s. Those are mostly a hedge. I have a bunch of puts that are out of the money. So I need some hedge in place each day. And like $1,500-$1,600 a day is pretty reasonable on them. And that way, if the market does rally, I can average down those puts at the top. What happened to BTU? Don't they have earnings next week? BTU looks fine. I think it's fell right to support. Yeah, it's like sitting on support right now. It looks like it's pulling back this morning a little bit. Commodities might be doing a bit better today. Pounds up quite a lot, and Euro's up today, and yen is up. So Dixie's down pretty hard. Oil's not having a great day. So some of that might be being felt in the commodities market. I mean your March puts? I have some nearer dated ones too. I have some at 4100 for like March 10th. And I have some at 4065 for those are also for March 10th. Nice, BB. No, to hold a Series 7, you have to be currently employed with a FINRA agent. With liquidity so low and SLD coming up, how low could you see GME going next week? Maybe like the $18 range. I don't know if they have enough liquidity to push us down to 15 again, but that also depends on if people are willing to sell. So if people sell, it could go lower. But if they don't, if we net buyers sub 18, then we can hold that range like 18 to 1950. We're still up this week. Walking. So how is it not bullish? Still holding Google puts. Yes. Hmm. I think I'm really excited for this FSLR play. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I've entered a decent amount of it so far. Does SPX Colorwise still look like we test 4160? I mean, there's still a shitload of out of the money calls. Do you like June 100 on CF? I entered 2 yesterday on the dip, and I like the opportunity of fertilizer this spring. I think fertilizer is a good bet for the coming well Well, I don't know if it's going to be as good as it was last year, but I still think there's going to be a pretty high demand. Are they just trying to close the gap? It's possible. We'll see. This is all my fault. I bought some calls at 11 a.m. I'm sorry. Fertilizer and steel because of Russia and China. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. Steel could go lower because of China. I think for like potash, coal, those could go up. Nat gas might go up a bit. What do you think about this one, Gerg? SI Silvergate beat down Crypto Bank, maybe coming out of the lows. BlackRock just took a 7% stake. State Street, Miller, Millennium have 5.5 million shares, 25 million float. Not a bad play. I've played Silvergate before. I need to look at it in its current state, but if you're seeing a lot of accumulation, that's probably a good sign. What if Upstart's at Vega neutral, then up? That's possible. It may go below Vega neutral. Hmm. Gap is not filled there. Suppressive, weaker upside. Time is it? 41.35. Yes. Pushing for the gap again like they did yesterday. But VIX isn't rising as much this time. Is that peaked? Hmm. 1960, 1970. $41.35. Nasdaq up 22 points now. Russell lost a lot of ground this morning. Dixie's going up. Oils recovering a bit. Hold on. Okay, oil's kind of rebounding here a little. Nice bullish reversal. Futures too. T-bond futures are up, but 5-year note is down. Well, flat. HSI went up overnight. Russell down. Dixie down. Crypto down. A bit of a risk off still. Interesting. Cat might actually do pretty well today. My boil is not bouncing. It probably won't. Is it a terrible idea to sell $20 GME CCs for SLD next week? It's becoming a less terrible idea. Tax laws in my country changed. Now I get taxed 6% of my port. Not even actual gains, just port value. So as long as you're not holding any investments into the end of the year, you don't get taxed? How the fuck does that work? Can you go for delta sensitive positions? Positions with higher delta. So more delta, more sensitive to delta, less sensitive to extrinsic value. Excuse me, I meant to say boy oil. You holding any SPX calls still? Yeah, 4130, 4170. Yeah, I'm starts almost on SSR. Very close. If we fill the gap here, we'll probably get on SSR. Hmm. I have 46% profits, 47% profits, and 7 days left. No, it starts today. It starts right when you hit it. It carries into tomorrow. Are you still holding your 4170s because there are two underwater now? Or you think you'll gain some of that loss back today? I think I can get some of it back today. And then also, I can average them down more. If you're not auto assigned on puts end of the week, do you get cash settled if in the money? Yeah? On what? On SPX? I shouldn't stuck with PDT because I want to average down. Interesting. If we fill the gap, do you expect bullish momentum? I'd prefer to not fill the gap, actually. Vanguard SEC forum, they have 8% of GameStop shares. Ooh, interesting. Increased holdings. Hey, Gurk, I'm not saying I'm banned from the Discord or anything, but link doesn't work for me. How do I join back after my removal? If the link doesn't work, you're probably banned. I don't know what. DM me on Reddit with your screen name and I can check. Like your Discord screen name. What's your public Discord? The one you can join without memberships? Yeah. I mean, it's the same Discord for both, but if you have a membership, it unlocks the other channels. What's Reddit? It's a social media platform. Hmm. That's interesting. I think a straddle with weeklies makes sense for BTU earnings. They're pretty cheap. You could, yeah. I mean, I think there was a reason they're cheap. The expectations of their earnings aren't that. volatile. I mean, they're just gonna have more money this quarter. Is 13GA is data from December 30th? Would it be safe to say it won't have a major effect on the underlying since it's been over 30 days. Yeah, it's not going to. I would say most of those positions were entered around the 12th when the big ETF sell-off occurred in December. Between the 12th and like 14th. I mean, I do over time EFFR when specific examples come up, but I don't think there's a good way to generalize hedging positions. Each one is unique in different ways, and there are different ways to approach it depending on the situation. So it's hard to give a generalization without also just being incorrect about other situations, right? There's a lot of nuance to it, and so it's much better to just answer it on an individual situation basis than to try to generalize hedging positions. You can hedge portfolios with like short index, short futures, or long VIX positions. You can match deltas and be delta neutral. I just got back from a couple of family errands and noticed my GME are 50% profit now. Risk management says take profit. SLD says diamond hands. How would one weight the differences? Hey, it's up to you. I closed mine. I'll reposition them probably later today or something. No one even knows what delta is. I've become increasingly aware of that. Perhaps a good subject for School of Stock is reviewing various hedging plays. Also, the Greeks is another one I would love to watch. I mean, at its most simple, yeah, I should probably do both of those. But at its most simple, I mean, you're just buying the opposite of the position you have, right? Delta's the little triangle one, right? Yes. Can you zoom in a little on SPX? I suppose. I don't think that's going to make it go up more. Just fair warning. Are they done shorting Upstart? I would say that they're more than out of liquidity, and they've tapped some ETF liquidity already to continue shorting the downticks. I, I don't even want to say some. They've tapped quite a bit of ETF liquidity in order to continue shorting the downticks. We haven't seen them grab this much ETF liquidity intraday since it ran on the second. So they're taking full advantage of the decline in the market. However, when this reverses, they will, if it reverses, they will be out of liquidity. I'm start on SSR. That gap's still not filled. Yeah, that's kind of frightening. Buffett is selling all of his stocks. When did that happen? I don't always buy stocks to sell CCs on. Sometimes I do. I know Upstart's on SSR. I keep hearing about a gap. Is that to the upside or downside? There's one to the downside. There's two on the upside right now. Intraday. Sorry, in a meeting, but did Vanguard add 4 million shares as of 12/31/22? I'm not sure. Possibly? I can't remember if their previous filing was before the split or not, but I don't think it was. Nvidia's still going up. 22nd February can't come soon enough. 23C for 310 for Upstart. Roll next week or Diamond Hand till Moon. Ew. I mean, Upstart just mooned. So you overheld. Okay. I guess you could hope something comes out of earnings or we get an IV bump. You're pretty far out of the money now. Could Vanguard have already sold those shares? Sure. Yeah. I mean, the fucking it was reported a while back, right? Probably not. I don't think any of the institutional interest in GME that's accumulated is outside of ETFs. So if they bought more shares, it's to put in more ETFs, right? Wait, we're supposed to sell things when they give us some profit? Yes. Ideally. That's the best time to sell things. Would that be bearish, meaning they're able to loan out more shares? Yes, they're able to provide more secondary market liquidity. Technically, they can only loan out the shares they own, but through ETFs, they can loan their shares out multiple times over. But you can sell your contracts after you buy them? Yes. SPY SPX ready to bounce soon, or what? I did not see this downward spiral coming today after futures and PM were so spicy to the upside. Yeah, the initial sell-off down to like 41.30 wasn't that unexpected. The second sell-off a little more surprising. I don't know how much of this is to push the gap versus how much of this is actually bearish. Upside and downside both look fairly evenly weighted at this strike, so we'll see what happens. What if I'm buying puts? Turn it around. Buy high, sell low. I mean, you're still buying the put low and selling it high. That part doesn't change, right? You think Upstart was a firm the way they're dropping like a rock? No, I think they got it off Reg Show last night and they're shorting the fuck out of the downtrend in the market today. That was weird. Is that just like a big gap or a lot of volume? That was a decent amount of volume. Interesting. Why is this gap so hard to fill? Just fill the fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Pizza on support on intraday and daily. Breakdown will be strong. Yeah, let me see how it looks. Yeah, there's a lot of room to the downside there. Revenues were up though, so I don't know, like 14, 15. I don't pre-earnings. I don't think so without the market dropping. I wonder if this is a good time to sell CSPs for tomorrow. Put pricing's not that great. Not yet. Well, 17. Sell them for March 17th. 12.50. 15. 15's a $13 cost basis. 10. 10's shit. $11.50. That's not very good either. Yeah, I'll wait on CSPs. GME did a weird little volume spike too. What the fuck are those coming from? Not on the same candle either. like index pressure? What's Russell doing? Russell's almost at a double bottom here. Okay. Wow, did that not fully fill? It's from this morning. Hmm. If we fail here, we're gonna retest it. Ugh. We need to push up above the higher strike. If we push up above 125, then it starts to get really bullish. If we fail 125, we'll probably move back and fill the rest of the gap. 2050 is support for GME. Yeah. Like long-term one, it's a little, I think it's a little off 2050. It's like a near-term support at 2050. Long-term 2005. But yeah, over the last like 2 weeks, there's been support at 2050. They're fucking digging deep on that liquidity. They fucking skewed arbitrage down again. At least there'll be buyers if we move up with the market. Nope, there's still 4 cents left. No, I expect Jamie to bounce back. Look. So I bought back my covered calls, and then I'm going to sell them later in the day. I bought them back at 50% profit with like 7 DTE. Also, if we break down, I can sell them in the money. So I can get even more money for them than I would have on the out of the money ones had they decayed. Thanks for advising me on how to sell covered calls. Like, I haven't been doing this my entire adult life. I'm gonna do my part by buying SPX shares. Chat should too. You're just gonna buy all of the S&P 500. Which 0 DTE would you open tomorrow morning? Nvidia, Tesla, Cat. It depends on how today plays out, I think. Germany, good CPI data today. US jobless claims was also good. We should be running. Yeah, we're not. With SLD, do you have any thoughts on if Upstart or GME would be impacted more? I know anything could happen, but I figured I ask in the event you started spewing smart things that I don't understand. Um, like relative, they'll both probably tank. They both have enough liquidity each day to short into a declining market. So declining markets are advantageous for them, especially in a lower liquidity environment. I think their usage or lack of use of the deferral is completely unpredictable. Okay, this is kind of good. Breaking up here is positive. So all the puts that were accumulating around the gap are now being pressured out. Obviously, we want to break the trend to the upside. If you miss an entry, do you ever enter on the miss, but only a small portion? If you think it's going to keep going up, or do you just wait for another entry? I guess that depends on the amount of momentum that it has. Like if it hasn't picked up a lot of volume yet, then I'll usually just wait for a re-entry. If momentum looks like it's trending, then I'll probably enter like a smaller amount of the position to offset the increased risk. Or I'll like buy more theta, or I'll buy closer to the money. Something to offset that additional risk that I'd be taking on. Do you use an app to track your P&L cost basis? I'm looking for something other than Excel. I use Excel. um, what's a death spiral convertible? Death spiral convertible? Are you talking about like convertible bonds? And it's kind of what Bobby did, right? Okay, I kind of did sound toxic, but I was just joking because I never make money on GME. And you're managing your position at least. Well, trying to. All good, man. Yeah, I like the turnaround potential. I wonder if I can pick up two more of these at 50. Lower my break even? I probably won't though. Fuck, man. Right back at 41.25. We really don't want to be at this level. Desperal describes a type of convertible bond that can force the creation of ever-increasing numbers of stocks and shares, leading to a price drop. Okay, so like convertible debt, right? Convertible to common stock. So you're talking about bankruptcy dilution, essentially, right? I feel like I've heard the phrase before, but bonds and bankruptcy aren't really my thing. Burry tweeted out about the death spiral thing. He tweeted it in relation to meme stocks. He probably tweeted it in relation to Bobby. Bobby's the only one currently in that position. Well, at least that's popular. I'm sure there's a lot of other companies, but I'm liking the bounce potential more. I think I timed it right. We'll see. We're talking convertible bonds? Yeah, but specifically on bankrupt companies. Retest 4140. You do like a lot more like fixed income shit, right? Poopy pants. Yeah, I'd imagine exposure through a fund is better. Are convertible bonds like regular bonds? You can take the top down. Yeah, I feel like they're an older thing. Uh Actually they did use them on Sears, except the bonds were backed by the CEO as he robbed his shareholders. We haven't had a proper breakout since the first sell-off. MACD negative since then. Yeah. Why does CFO of Upstart and other insiders continue to exercise options and then sell the shares? Probably should have told them GM was closer to 25, but they keep selling like sub 20. I don't think they've sold anything. Check Upstart SEC filings. I haven't seen any insider sales. Dada Sanjay, the CFO, is the only one. And he exercised a total of like 20,000 shares and sold 5,000 of them. No, they've used liquidity on GME today. They're about tapped out. They're getting some from the ETFs though. I don't know if they're going to use that to internalize on a rising market, but the market does look okay. It's breaking up. They're 5-4 Forbes to the CFO and a handful of others. They're paid in shares. So them taking small amounts of their salary is not unusual. Yeah, it's I think they're just sales to cover taxes. He has like 290,000 shares too, so it's not like there's a big sell off or anything. So probably exercising all the options or whatever, for the year and then selling off enough, yeah, to cover taxes. But nothing significant. It only appears to be him. I know other people have exercised options recently, but not sold anything, right? Didn't the CTO exercise some options not that long ago? SPX gap down over the downside gap on the way up. Wait, what? You mean it left a gap on the way up? It did. I know we left a downside gap. We may fill it, we may not. It's a bullish sign. If we're gapping up on rising prices, it could mean put capitulation. Did you hear the Chat GPT prediction of the crash is 2:15:23? No. We're getting close to time for a crash. Crashes love to happen in Feb and March. That was not Chat GPT, that was Dan. I want to hear more about Buffett selling off stock. Ooh. I mean, if the market full on crashes right now with the puts I have on SPX, I'll make like $10 million. So I'd be okay with that. Have you sold any Jimmy covered calls yet? Yes. And I bought some of them back. If Jimmy's going to continue to trend down, I'm going to sell some in the money. So I'm going to rotate the position I had out of the money and roll it in the money. Would you leave us? For 10 mil? Nah. Mike has spoken. And it wasn't just a string of random dates and numbers. And I did take my meds today. Nice. The market climb is not going to outpace theta decay on zero DTEs, huh? Not without some momentum. I don't know how to subtract CC gains from my cost basis, and Chat GPT isn't helping me out. Deduct your taxes from the premium, and then deduct the remainder from your cost basis per 100 shares. I'm more interested in GME downtrending on the rising market. I don't know if it's because volume is still low, but they're skewing arbitrage a bunch, which is creating buyers if the market rises, which can create more upside price action than they're offsetting by shorting into a rising market. So it seems kind of stupid, but I guess they really want the price down. I mean, there's really not a lot of volume being traded, so the tips aren't probably super affected in any substantial way. It would be making us more illiquid. Per 100 shares, Rhino. BTU getting hammered. No, it's up today. It got hammered yesterday and overnight, but it's up today. Shorting to demoralize us? I don't know. Probably just shorting to unlock liquidity. That's the only thing that's the only reason I imagine it's worth it. Right? Because right now they're shorting unprofitably, skewing arbitrage, and the market's rising, right? So what they're doing is they're guaranteeing buyers on an upside move on a short position that's already not profitable, right? So yeah, it's not really the most intelligent play. I can see the potential, like get it. Maybe there's stop losses they're hunting. Um, Something that unlocks liquidity could make it worthwhile, but otherwise it seems kind of pointless. Unless, or they're gonna cover. That could be the other. They're preparing to cover the arbitrage themselves. GME. I don't think it's desperation. And it may not be pointless, but we don't know their positioning exactly, right? We just know the effect of what they're doing. Ah, you tricked me, Mike. But a low price point makes it easier to cover unless there's low liquidity. So starting to cover at a low point, hopefully cheaper average covering. I mean, maybe they're trying to cover the entirety without moving the price above a specific target in order to maintain like their profit on variance. Right. So if they needed it 2050 in order to cover like 3 million shares or 2 million shares, and that's going to drive it to like 2350, then they can ensure the safety of their upside position and ensure that they're not going to flip the market maker's hedge. Are you going to hold Google puts into SLD or reposition? They're for March. I don't know. I don't feel like I need to reposition them. They're only like $6 in the money. I'll probably close my covered calls soon because those are up quite a bit. 80% now. Those are good. I sold those in the money before it moved up. That worked out well. Those are also for March 17th. Actually, some of them are for next Friday. You're still waiting for a Nvidia entry? Yep. BTU looking oversold? It might be. A little bit. It's like at resistance, right? Yesterday it was moving down towards resistance. Now it's at resistance. March puts are up 120%. I'm debating on cutting them, but I think SLD holds more downside for Google. Here's the only issue there is that if the market rallies, Google's kind of oversold, and there may be some short position closing, and it could move back up to like 100 before falling back down, or like 101 before falling back down into SLD. Can you give a summary of your expectations for BTU earnings and development for the next few weeks? I mean, I think BTU's like cash flow is trending up significantly. The last earnings was partial period of their Australian operation being up and running. This reporting should be a full period of their Australian operation up and running. Coal prices had a decent high over the last quarter, coming down a little bit recently, but I feel like with China's reopening picking up steam, the demand will rise. And with China picking up more energy demand, India probably will too, and that could put even more demand on coal into the summer months. Um, Also, global warming affects the energy demand during the summer months as well, and can put a larger demand on coal as additionally. So I think cash flow is going to be moving up. I think more of the debt's going to be paid down. Um, I would expect that if we do see a downside in the market, commodities are going to heat up a lot. And if commodities heat up a lot, BTU is very, very cheap right now. You're looking to enter Nvidia puts. Oh, fuck off. Took profits on Google puts yesterday, but I was hoping to buy back in on the market run up in the next few days. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can reposition it if you want to. Sorry, Girk, but I've been trying to get my puts to capitulate, but every time I try, a magic conscription on my hands appears that says no sell, no sell. What mean? Fair enough. I mean, I'm not closing any of my puts at all. If anything, if any of these like upside hedges print, I'm just gonna close those and use them to buy more puts. I'm not bullish. I just think that the market is. And we're still up for this week overall. I think we're up like 32 or 35 BPS on the week. The Nvidia ER happened. No, their earnings is on the 20 something. If no, no put. If yet, maybe put. 222. Thanks. What kind of SPX puts do you have? I was thinking of opening June 30, 350 puts on the next run. Do you like that position? It's got a decent amount of theta. You might not go in the money, but the theta's not bad. Next run is up in the air. Have you sold those deep in the money, far dated cover calls on AMD yet? No, but I have a conditional order in place for them. If AMD dips below 8250, they'll automatically sell. If it goes up over the next couple days, which we usually do get some price improvement going into the SLD period, then I will sell a slightly higher strike. Did you add more SPX puts this week? How low would the market crash for you to make 10 mil? I mean, it's not so much how low the market needs to go, it's how much VIX needs to go up. Um, like out of the money SPX puts have insanely high Vega. So your multiplier on increases in implied volatility are kind of nuts. But I don't know, if it dropped to like 3200 and VIX spiked to 40, I might make about half of that. Does the same apply for SPY puts? To a lesser degree, but yeah. They're just less leveraged, right? Pots to the moon. Can we get a break on SPX? It really loves 4125. Yeah, we keep getting a lot of like short dated long side like sell-offs on upside resistance tests. And this level isn't great for longer dated calls. So It keeps ruining our potential at price action because instead of just holding here, they keep taking profits on like every upside test and then re-entering here, and so we're just chopping. So we fall right back into the put zone, and then longs come back in again and do the same thing. And all of the like farther dated call side positionings like 4050, 40 4175, 4200. I'm starting no longer going down with the market. It will if the selling persists. Hmm. Okay, there's no way that wasn't profit taking there, right? So 4135, 4120, 4120, and 4125 are the net negative gamma. We slipped below 4115, right? Almost. 4115 is the only resistance in this range. Yeah. %. Okay. I'm so happy when you read these messages like you do. Some great ASMR nap time. Thank you so much for the lasagna recipes for the win. Okay, you're welcome. Did I give it a lasagna recipe? While playing the SES, I managed to destroy my port 80% over the last 4 days. I think I'm tapped out. Are you using stops at all? It's been a shitty week for playing the SPX. What are stops? I would like to let you know I am no longer $2 million in debt. I am now 1.8 million in debt. Call me Kenny. Nice, dude. That's a pretty good dent. Did SPX halt? No, it has to fall quite a lot more than that to halt. I netted 1700 on SPX this week, but nothing today, just waiting. SPX is frozen on your screen. Restart WeBull. Same thing happened right now. Oh, okay. Oh, weird. Huh. Ah, okay. This is an interesting gap and loss in data. I don't think I want to get stopped out here. Do I? Oh, well, I already did. VIX skyrocketing. No, it just moved back up to 20. It's not skyrocketing. It moved up like 30 cents. A wise man told me that I can always re-enter. It's true. Is it gonna bounce back to 41.25? It might bounce. They did finally get that last like 4 cents. Eh, pretty close. VIX dropping. That was a nice put. It fell like right into the like little gap there. Like 40% on it. That wasn't bad. Are overshorted meme stocks better for cover calls typically than real stocks? No, because you don't want to own overshorted meme stocks. Typically, right? I will say, none of this is very event driven. The jobless data is good. I guess we have the 30-year bond auction at 1 o'clock, so that's coming up. Is SLD over? We don't want to see too many sell-offs into SLD. Like, into the SLD period. Like, generally, you want to see the market rising into the SLD period. Otherwise, there's less need for short leverage. So it may weaken the effect of SLD by seeing too much downside now. That turned right back around. Oh, we're almost red on the week. Gonna test the flip point at 4102. Jesus, I fucking hope not. You think there's another opportunity for GME to see some upwards price action before SLD? I mean, we still have 3 days before SLD. I remember Tuesday when we were at 25. That was a great time to sell stuff. It's like a way of getting financing when you have no other options for obtaining financing. DK. So the more the stock falls, the more liquidation occurs. I think Buffett just sold his position in like a Chinese EV company, not all of his stock. Desperado same like payday loan? Kind of. Does the Michigan consumer sentiment affect SPX movement? Yeah. If it comes in, like overwhelmingly positive, it can reverse the trend. I think Burry is implying that the liquidity in the market is to the downside. Right? Or he's just talking about Bobby fucking destroying shareholder equity. I don't know. Maybe it's both. Chat GPT is basing that data on market information from 2021. And it's literally just saying SLD. I really wish I sold GME calls earlier this morning and just taken the $300 loss. Now I have a $1,300 loss and growing. That probably, I mean, you generally want to sell them when they're green. Don't let greed get the better of you. I'm sorry that's happened. If you can sell covered calls, you might be able to offset that loss. I guess the JPM collar is fine now. It hasn't moved. Should tell you something. What's the JPM? Well, that's long-term resistance now. Where's gamma neutral? I didn't look today. Come on, fuck off. Gamma neutral's at 40, 80, 88. Interesting. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to some ouchy downs. One last recovery? Just maybe. Do you ever get that not so fresh feeling in your tingly bits? No? I have a bunch of puts. I hope the fucking market crashes right now. I will sell like fucking $5 GME calls and $3 upstart calls and watch it all burn. Be right back. About to exercise Greg's cover calls. Fuba go to $1? Maybe. When talking about potential ups of commodities in the falling market, you also mean that metallurgical coal of BTU would have more value, potential rise of steel prices. Yeah. Especially once governments start pumping money into the infrastructure to ease the recession, right? Because that's what governments do when you hit a recession. Definitely most of us, thought the GME run wasn't over yet. Really, I feel like I was like, hey, this is looking like they have enough liquidity to short it back down 2 days ago. Yep, nope, I was. Check CXW, prisons to the moon. Oh, yeah. Then why did you buy back your covered calls? Because I'm going to sell them in the money. Because I'm extra bearish. I seem to remember you being pretty unequivocal about it, too. Yeah. I mean, we went up. They got some liquidity. They didn't get it all. But it's very unlikely that we were going to realize extra. I wasn't waiting for a bounce to 38.59. I've never been waiting for 38.59. Given that GME Gamma Max hasn't moved, neither is my upside price target. Sometimes you don't hit the PT. Sometimes you just hit the mid. If the market rebounds right now, because our beta is high, hard, it needs to rebound hard, and it's not. It's only dropped more all day. But if it rebounds hard, we could pull up to maybe 2250 or 23. But that means the market needs to move back up to like 4175. And futures need to go to retest like 4200. And we've got 3 days maybe to realize that before SLD. It could happen today if we get a lot of short capitulation. There's a lot of 0 DTE puts that can give up. And there's still a lot of out of the money calls that are currently worthless. And if those start getting hedged and puts start capitulating, there's plenty of room to move. There's quite a lot of options interest. I don't know if we need a miracle, but we need the shorts to we need a break to the upside. It's not really a miracle, but it definitely needs some momentum. Jamie is like out of liquidity for the day. It just needs active fund pressure. But I'm describing how we get active fund pressure. What price are you looking to sell your GME CCs at? If it moves back up to like 22, I'll probably sell like I don't know, a chunk of my position at like 2050. 22, 23. We'll see where it goes. Seems that shorts won't capitulate. They look strong. Why would they capitulate on that price action? They don't have a lot of ground to stand on. They're actually not that strong. At 4120, most of the puts are out of the money. At 4130, calls start going in the money. At 4150, the calls take over. And the puts just failed to go below their strongest point, which is at 4100. So I would say that the puts actually have the worst positioning here. The problem is if the calls bought at the bottom here at 4115 and 4120 sell at like 4130, then the call side loses all its momentum again and we fall back down. The downside of today's price action driven by profitable calls selling, not by bears coming in hard. Did the Baba gap up and validate that pick? I have March puts. I'm not worried about its near term price action. I'm willing to average down above like 108. Bull's back from lunch yet? We'll see. Uh, maybe. Ooh. VIX dropping? A little bit. Could be a good sign. Hey, Dork. Is the short overextended now? The downside? You can look at the order flow for ES. You should already have your bear pants on. That was a lot of contracts that got sold off. Is that going to shift the momentum? There's a buyer for those. It's not a month long. It's on the 15-minute. And we fell a little bit below it. A big fucking gap at 156. Hmm. I think futures need to move a little higher than that. 41.35. And really I think to confirm it, 41.40. Yeah. We crossed 41.40 on futures on a bounce, and yeah, they'll definitely be fucking sweating balls. You had BTU calls down here? No? I said I was done buying them. Don't swing trade shit if you don't expect to be red, Sisyphus. You're never gonna time the bottom. Not perfectly. Sometimes you will, but it's pretty rare. Are you full bear yet? Yeah, I'm pretty fucking bearish. I have like 3 days of bullishness left in me, and then it's all gone. You know what this bottom reminds me a lot of? Like the fucking bottom we saw right before the JPOW speech. I'm fine. I'm not uncheerful at all. Jimmy institutional ownership had already risen, JC. It didn't rise today with the report. The ownership was in the past. Those filings are from December, and those purchases were probably from the beginning of December. We're seeing borrow rates drop because they've gotten liquidity back, and they have other places to go to get liquidity besides the borrow pool. Not you, JC, the other JC. Capital JC. Do you plan to sell all your shares? No, just CCs. I heard JPOW was speaking at another gentleman's club, and he was quite bearish. I haven't, Bob. Have you? Sorry, JC, I'm not going to do that. Just assume that 90% of the time I'm referring to you, because the other JC doesn't say a lot. How did Tesla resist that drop? NASDAQ didn't drop as hard and it recovered really fast. NASDAQ's outperforming SPX right now. Which is arguably a shift in momentum into the end of the day. NASDAQ's only down 10 BPS currently. What's your best advice to control greed? Set stops, they do all the work for you. I'll ignore the 10% of times you call me a shill because surely you wouldn't be referring to me. Sure. This all I think all of this downside for the most part has been driven by profit taking. Sub 120 we started to run into some puts, but they're not huge. The puts at this level are like barely skewing gamma. Like the zero DTs aren't really having a big effect. What it did do was drop too fast for a lot of out of the money calls to close, and so they're still very much open. So this might be like a big bear trap. I don't think so. It's kind of like long side capitulation into repositioning. We'll see. It still needs to bounce. You still need to confirm a bounce. Don't get hopeful. It's gross. GMA's sitting on the 200 SMA weekly right now. Tell the shorts to let this hold this week. So you get a little pop. And I can get some more premiums on covered calls. Thanks. Yeah, that's all I want is just a little pop so I can sell more CCs. If SPX hits 4160, if it hits 4150, it'll ignite bullish momentum. Even lower than that, actually. But it gets a lot heavier at 4150. I'm just really tired. I've been up since 3 in the morning and I went to bed at 12:30. I don't think I forgot to eat my snacks today. Yeah, yeah. She likes it, Lawrence. Yeah, no, everything's fine with the family. It was just like shit I had to deal with. So like I was gonna go back to sleep, and then I had to deal with a bunch of shit before DMV opened. It was a good time to pick up some Feb 17 calls to the next mini rally into CPI. Since this is near the upside trend line at the moment, I think we could see a final upside push this month before the ultimate sell-off. Next week's SLD. I don't think buying calls. I mean, maybe for the next couple days, but buying calls into the end of next week is probably a mistake. Work is processing 3 screens and dozens of plays while reading DMs, reading chat, and fantasizing about cat lady VWAPing on Carl's wife. What do you think your next 10x play will be? Market crash? I don't know if the market's gonna crash. It's like a it's like a big assumption. I'll just hammer your DMs later because nobody else does, and you live alone and you're lonely. I mean, Bob, puh, um, you don't have to do that. Can't we rally while on a good CPI print next Tuesday? Yeah, we can rally right into everyone selling off all their equities for SLD. Gex at 4090 is a potential magnet right now. I think we're too high. I'll let you know, Bob. Buy calls into a sell-off. Real smart guys. I have one DTE 417s. Not a good idea to hold overnight in pretty much any circumstance, right? Yeah, that doesn't sound good. People don't realize that a market sell-off is a highly unusual event. Unless something major happens, we won't see it. Also, the Fed is pretty intent on protecting major downsides. What happened to the childlike or maybe parrot-like noises we used to hear at your old apartment? Did the new apartment not allow children or pets? I don't know what you're talking about. How low do you think Upstart could go during SLD? Down to 12 again? Is there enough liquidity for that, or does it depend on the market also? Mm, I don't know if there's enough liquidity for that. Maybe. They need to find sellers to get it that low, I think. Like a lot of sellers. Or the market needs to tank really hard. And if that's the case, then it'll probably bounce back quickly. I think they're hoping to get liquidity out of earnings. BTU gave weak guidance last time, and BTU ripped 16%. I'm hoping they have a good earnings call. I think they will. If they don't, I have time for commodities to heat up in a down market. Can you start up the SPX call pimento? No. Can you draw a bull flag on the SPY so it goes up? That's not how the market works. I sent you a DM. I think you need that hat. Interesting. I didn't know there was a law about bouncing pickles in Connecticut. Oh, what's up, turd? I think it's child noises where you house illegal immigrants. You put on this misanthropic display, but deep down you care about people, especially the downtrodden. Otherwise, why stream to the poors? I like to be worshipped. Don't bring up Snickles again. That's fucking disgusting, alright? This is early selling for SLD. Change my mind. No. I want you to keep thinking that. You were quick with that answer. It was a long comment. I had a lot of time to think about it. Any idea what Burry was talking about the death spiral? Any particular stock? He could just be talking about the market. He's usually talking about the market. I think he's implying that bonds are being bought because the liquidity in the market is all to the downside. Coyote? We had to bring back Monsters Buddy or Steelers fan. Who would it be? Oh, Steelers fan. Because he was just an argument bot, and Monster Buddy was an idiot. Watkins saying things like that confirms for me that he talks more than he knows. Almost always. Would you say your shirt is more red or burgundy? It's maroon, actually. It's slightly purple. Uh, the coloration in the camera makes it look a little more red than it is. Do you think Upstart announces the share buyback? When do I think they announce it? I mean, they have to announce what they've done of it at earnings. So, next week. Besides Frag, who else do you miss the most that no longer comes to the stream? It's just Frag. Everyone else is still here. They say they're not, and they're like, I'm done with you. I hate you. Fuck you, Pickle. And then they come back the next time GME's up like $1. I think Frag just sold the top of the March run and retired. What's up, Mitchell? How you feeling about the market? Any thoughts on a crash soon? I don't know if it's gonna crash, but we have SLD next week. Please let us leave. Set us free from this never-ending torment. What? This is the most fun ever. Just hanging out with bros, trading stocks, making money, losing money. Zakir's around. I mean, he got hit with like a hurricane, and that was like a bunch of shit he had to deal with, but he's still here. He's always listening. The guy who made some millions left, didn't he? The guy who made like 14 million in March? Yeah. He bounced. He said thanks. That was cool. Historically, yeah, the market moves up into SLD. Check DMs. That's exciting. Well, either they're really confident in Jimmy going down hard, or we're looking really good over the next couple weeks. So, yeah, so the 2 points that you drew arrows to on the second, those are both the final ETF FTD days for those periods. I know you don't like it anymore, but any update on your opinion on BBBY? I'm confused about what they're doing. They're murdering shareholder equity in order to scrape up enough cash to not die. And no, I still don't like Bobby. Has there been any repositioning by longs? I'll know in a little bit. There was some. I have a cost basis of $31 and sold $20 covered calls expiring next Friday. If they expire worthless, how much will I shave off my cost basis? How much did you receive in premium for the covered calls that you sold? Do you plan on adding longer dated SPX puts past March or just averaging them down? I might add some more past March. We'll see. Right now I'm profitable below 40.88 over the next week. My calls are looking doughy around the midsection. How do I exercise them? Do you recommend getting them a rowing machine? Ha! That's so funny. That actually is pretty funny. Good job. $1,200. No, per contract. How much did you receive per contract, Girk's Ice Cream Danwich? What was the premium that you received for the sale of the contracts? Thanks, Esserol. I have my entire 25k bonus going into SPX puts once I get it next week. If the market could wait to crash until Feb 20th, when my cash will settle, that would just be wonderful. We're totally gonna crash on the 15th now. $1.73. So that's how much you remove from each 100 shares. So your cost basis, I mean, I don't know how many you sold, but if you just sold one contract, I take it you sold like 6 or 8, 6 or 7. But $1.73 per share. Technically, you should deduct your taxes from the premium received first, but you don't have to. So much consolidation on the downside here. It's ridiculous. SPX session has end of day super rip written all over it. We'll see. There are no bulls, you idiot. I'm net short basically everything. Hey, Bay. Been busy for a while. What's up? Happy I bought far dated puts back around 4,200. Is a decent spread of 3,800 through 4,000 June puts a good position? Yeah, it's not bad. 4,000 for June's a little much theta, but it's pretty risk free, especially if you got them around 4,200. No need for taxes if net losses. Ha. Okay, fair. I don't believe GME up big in the next few weeks. There's a deferral in February, so I mean they may not use it, but they probably will. If they have to run GME hard, I think it makes sense to do it during a period like SLD to use that down pressure to somewhat contain it. Yeah, I don't think so. Be straight with me. Is Jimmy dead? Well, define dead. I know you can't sell covered calls. Is the company dead? No. Is the near term upside price action probably dead? Yes. No, it's cool. NVIDIA earnings speculation is keeping its price up for you guessed something something options as a strategic investment. We did see a run on all of the stocks in the past month. Apocalypse. Everything ran a bunch. GME didn't run as much as some other stuff, but it still ran. Some days were a walk, some days were a run. Do you think volatility shorts have walked away from GME again, like the time around the split? I think a lot of them are currently long volatility on GME. I missed out. Is there anything to with the calls? They expire April? I don't have any shares on the options platform. Can you rephrase that? I don't know what to with the calls means. During the weekend stream, you and the quants were pretty bullish. No, we weren't. I mentioned about how puts are expensive, and no one was buying them because they were mispriced. That's still true. You should be more bearish before, and people would have bought more puts. We're up this week. You know the SPX is up this week, right? So if people had bought puts at the beginning of this week, they'd still be down. Actually, it might be we might be negative on the week right now, but just barely, like a couple basis points. JFresh couldn't have been more bearish about anything. He was even starting to get bearish on the market which he's been unreasonably bullish on for like a month. You were bullish. You thought there was more liquidity that they needed to grab. Yeah, and then they did. Were you not here on Monday? I was right. The member stream was Sunday. I was like, there's more liquidity they need to grab. And then they grabbed a shitload of liquidity on Monday. Just a thought to everyone should manage their own positions based on the outlook and risk. Basing a position solely off you and the quad's sentiment is idiotic All of your insight is incredibly helpful, by the way. Thanks, Poopy Pants. But Gork, I don't have to tell you shit. I just present the data. Do with it whatever you want. What would be an appropriate way to play around upstart earnings? Short-term out-of-the-money calls to hedge long-term near-the-money puts. That seems awful. To straddle? But a bearish, like a bearish theta straddle? I guess you could. That sounds like a bad bear call spread. Like, at this point, is it unreasonable to just ride calls and wait for another window to exit? I have until April. Like, selling PMCCs on them now at this price doesn't feel right. Why? I mean, don't sell them, like, at the money, but you could probably sell them a little bit out of the money safely. I don't think we're going above Gamma Max anytime soon, so there's opportunity in that range. At least then you'd build up some capital to average them down with when it looks better to run, right? Todd, why don't you ever manipulate the markets in our favor? I mean, sometimes it works out that way. Can I date your data? No, it's mine. Fuck off. It's clear that everyone enters their positions too early and exits them too late. Also, how did you change Sunday's member stream based on Monday's action to predict the future but back in time? I have said multiple times the closer to 4,200 that SPX gets, the more bearish I get. I don't know where they got bullish sentiment out of me. I bought a 390p at the top of yesterday. FFs. I don't know, man. It sounds like someone is unhappy with the decisions they made and are unwilling to place the blame on themselves. That's an effective inexperience, right? Getting ground into oblivion. I mean, if you're worried about that, then why didn't you sell when it was $25? Like, here's my problem with your entire statement there, right? You bought GameStop at what? 30, 35, 40, maybe 50? Probably not. But let's say 32.50. Okay? Why the fuck are you selling it at 20? Why is that a consideration? What about your long-term thesis has changed that makes you think that selling it now at 20 is a better choice than waiting for it to go up in the future? Tesla overbought as fuck. Win puts. I don't know. Soon, probably. I'm definitely gonna get some puts on Tesla, but not today. Nope, there goes the long-term trend. VIX above 20. Are you talking about selling GME at this level? You can. I mean, you don't have to, but you can. It's an option. Can we get an OI update on SPX? Not for like 10 more minutes. That's not 100% too. Sometimes I enter my positions early, but then I also sell too early too. I was curious how you thought about APRN. It dropped a third of its price in one day. No news except an earnings date release. They got liquidity, and it's a piece of shit. They ran it, and they got liquidity. And they shorted it back down. Because price go down, so buy puts. Then you could be bullish on the downside. Why are people so... Here's what's funny. Here's what's actually hysterical. People all swarm in here when GME is up, right? And they're willing to buy shitloads of out-of-the-money weekly calls and lose all their money. But when it runs, the inevitable downside that is like, the runs are never guaranteed. The downside always is. And then everyone's like, ah, fuck this. And they just walk away. Like, ignoring the other entire half of the available profits. I know most of you don't. Most of the people in here today on a red day in the market, you guys aren't those people. But it's fucking crazy the amount of people that are like only bullish when shit is green, right? But there's like, I don't understand what retail's problem with big red is. Why do people hate red so much? It's just a different direction. Let's stop talking about the rational way to play stocks and the natural flaw in retail investors and get back to the real topic at hand, NVIDIA puts. Who timed me out and why, dork? He got you again. Now I can't answer your question. Everyone's just mad because you just won't play full bull. No, that's not why. My problem with red is the puts I have for Baba and NVIDIA are green. Huh. You have theta, right? So just wait. I changed my chart to blue and yellow like Dirk. No red and green, only direction. You just change them all to white. It doesn't matter. All that matters is the price. Is it going up? Is it going down? I renamed the song to Big Pickle Sads. I think Google topped out a couple days ago. What are your thoughts? I mean, I kind of agree with you, but I think it got a little oversold too fast because of their stupid AI foible. So, it has a chance to pull back. Although, if the market's not going to pull back, Google's not either. I still have my puts open. I haven't closed my covered calls yet, but I kind of want to. Would you expect TSM to drill for oil soon? Or is there a chance to see 110? Mm, I think 110's a bit of a stretch. Maybe 100? They're a little less affected by the supply embargo, right? For China. Like TSM's not. They're still allowed to sell chips to China, aren't they? It's only American manufacturers that can't. I just scratched the itch and I've sold CCs on GME. Okay. Did RC move SLD? It seems like he might have, or JPM roll. Interesting. What are your expectations for CPI? I mean, there's a chance it comes in hot, and if it does, it's gonna be, whew, woo boy, big downside. I want to YOLO some money on Upstart. Give me some good strikes, Pickle Master. What? That's not how this works. If you want to YOLO money on Upstart, pick your own strikes. 8x zoomed on your face to watch the stream. Easier than looking at the chart. I say, didn't you sell covered calls? Like, aren't you good? Hot CPI is big downs. PCE was up a little bit on the last report, which has me concerned that CPI over the last month, especially with China reopening, maybe a little higher than anticipated. Is the break of a trend a local extreme towards the trend that reverses before the retest of said trend? E.g., lower high below the uptrend on the SPX right now. I mean, technically, this is still like a double bottom. On a longer time frame. This is just a double bottom, and they're very close to each other, so it's a confirmed one. It's not uncommon to see some price action below a trend before bouncing above it, but you don't want that price action below the trend to have high volume. You want the break of the trend to like you want to see volume drop on the break of the trend. I bought them back just now. You said GME and 38.59. I did not say GME is going to 38.59. GME is absolutely not going to 38.59 right now. What's your confidence level on JPOW being able to manufacture a soft landing on a scale from 0 to 10? If your answer is 0, how long do you suspect the market will be down for? Could be a couple years. It's not 0. I mean, there's like I would say it's like a 4. I'm not overly confident in him being able to perform a perfect soft landing. I could see there being a very big correction before any kind of normalization occurs. But I think honestly a crash would have been better last year or at the end of 2021 than it is now. Would you open a synthetic long again on Upstart? Yeah, if the price was low enough. Absolutely. Opinion on Fubo, like time frame, 2 to 3 year play. Yeah. Hurdles to overcome? Quite a few. They need to achieve, they need to continue to attempt to achieve their goals for profitability, and they need to grow their subscriber base in a recession. Now they do have an advantage because they're sports focused, and sports media does well in recessions. They are looking towards reducing the cost of their subscription service by monetizing, well, by using ad revenue to discount the cost for subscribers. That model appears to have some traction. We'll see how well they implement it. Yeah, there's definitely risk that they could fail in what they're attempting to do, but if they succeed, they become a very attractive buyout target. Maybe even before they succeed, they become an attractive buyout target. Would you add Fubu here? I might. It's okay. It could get cheaper, especially if the market pulls down. Fubu is pretty liquid. It's exposed to IWM, so Vanguard increased their share position on Fubo significantly in the last 2 years, according to their 13G. Is there a way to know if the share is bought or through ETFs or by Vanguard? You can figure out how many of those shares are in Vanguard ETFs. Was buying rig at these prices chasing? I was interested in around 375 and didn't buy in. It's a little chasey, yeah. Are you selling CCs on GME yet? Not just yet. What's the advantage of having SQQQ shares as opposed to calls? I believe you noted you are share heavy here. Yeah, I mean I was just selling CSPs on it and I got assigned. There's no particular advantage to having shares. Um, I've been selling CCs on it for a few weeks. I got more and more aggressive as we approached SLD, and I got assigned last week. No problem. Yeah, we kind of talked about Burry's death spiral tweet. Oh, I update. It feels like the last attempt for 4,100 puts to go in the money. If they can't get capitulation and ups, or has that ship sailed for today? Uh, I don't like where we're trading right now. There are still call buyers at 4110, 4115, 4120, 4125, 4130. 4,100 puts are the largest number of zero DTEs, but the net gamma at 4090 is the highest. 4090 definitely a drag on price action right now. If this turns around, it needs to turn around up through. It really needs to move up above 4120 for like the bullish price action. So it looks like a drive down to gamma neutral, but if it turns around before gamma neutral, that would be pretty bullish. And could cause out of the money put capitulation. Put volume significantly higher than call volume today. That shifted over the last like hour though. On the long-term time frame, I don't know. We still have support at 4100 on the long side, so they may not be able to. There's like 22 million positive gamma at 4100, and then 4090 has 23 million negative gamma. So we have support at 4100 on the long side, but it's still got to break 4115 at least to see any significant price improvement. And puts at 4120 and 4125 are a little heavy. So yeah, we'd need some momentum. Here, I got some GME and a tax exempt account that I can't trade options on. Cost basis is below the current price. I'm thinking of selling and repositioning after SLD. Am I regarded? I don't think so. I mean, that sounds not unreasonable. Yes, gonna hit 4106, isn't it? I don't know. It's at resistance right now at 4112. Maybe. And basically every period of consolidation today has broken down on long sell-offs. So the last bastion of longs to sell off are at 4100. If they hold the line, maybe we bounce. For futures, a little more resistance. You have like 4110 and 4100, but it's still got to move up a lot to bounce. Like here's where it needs to go to bounce. For it to be considered an actual bounce, it needs to move like above this. What's the backstory with BTU? Why was it so cheap in 2020? Big debt. Big debt and cool commodities. They were investing a lot of money into building up their operation in Australia, which hit many a pitfall. That's now up and running and generating obscene cash flow. What do you got, Ben?
I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent
You tricky
downside, I
son of
can
a
be
bitch.
bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like.
Now we can go up. There's still 2 hours left in the day. Give me a second. I'm gonna get something to eat real quick. I'll be right back. New Pokemon. Where? Composite Man wants to battle. How the fuck are some of these stocks up today? You know what it is? NASDAQ's just not doing that badly. I don't know what I hate more than bears. Like the animal? Hi, Trina. I always make more money on puts instead of calls. Am I a cub in Baby Bull's clothing? Maybe. $30 to $45 DTE, Sir David P. It was like the ideal theta decay range. Sorry for tricking you, but it made my day. I don't think it wasn't really a trick, right? I mean, it says definitely not a bear song. Definitely not full bear. Which, I mean, I accept your apology. That's correct, taking off Friday. Think SLD could bring us sub 4,000? Maybe? You're really not asking about SLD though, right? You're asking about CPI? It's still too early to say. Greek yogurt. Can we see 40.50 by close on Monday? If we keep going down, maybe. Puts on Jamie. I already got protective ones. $25. I bought them at 22, so I don't think it's such a great deal. How does the market look for tomorrow? Pretty shitty. It'll have to move up above 41.30 overnight, which means futures would have to move back to 41.50. That means that the market maker is net short delta. On SPX? I think we're just under it. 40.97. Although gamma neutral is probably more accurate, and that's down at 40.88. But intraday, the gamma flip point is at 40.97. Are you gonna dump those TQQ calls? No, not yet. I have more of them too. They're a hedge for the massive number of SQQQ shares that I was assigned last week. Was there a reason you didn't cut them? We didn't test 4,200. Rolled my 25s to 23. I feel like I'm catching my stride. Nice, man. It sounds like a ham hot dog, Morpheus. If you're going synthetic long, there's rarely... Ah, There's pretty rarely a reason to go, not just go out as far as possible. Power hour is going to be nuts, isn't it? See you tomorrow, Chris. Yeah, futures are the easiest way to do that. Um, I don't know if bulls are in shambles. Zero DTE bulls definitely in shambles. Two-year treasury hit 4.5 today. Nice. Entered too early on Baba puts, with it holding strong at 108.50. Would you average down or pick up 105s? March dates? Do you only have 100s? Yeah, 105s are nice at 108. I picked up a couple of 105s at like 107 and change yesterday. Was it yesterday? GNS is like a $50 million stock. Like the whole company. I don't even think it's worth that much actually. Is there a ratio you look for when selling CSPs? What am I selling them for? For like income? Um, it depends on the stock, but generally speaking, like 0.3, 0.2 delta. Um, if I have a little more confidence that like something's bottomed out, I might sell like 0.4, 0.5. If I'm really confident something's gonna bounce, then I'll maybe sell like 0.6. I got chasing with Tesla today. I got some 215s for Friday. I need around 214 to break even. Am I being too hopeful? I mean, everything's dying right now. So maybe? We'll see. You definitely need the market to turn around tomorrow. SPX about to cross the gamma flip point. Is the fall going to accelerate? More around gamma neutral than the gamma flip point, but yeah, it can. The downside volatility will pick up. Check DM, but promise you won't hate me for making you look at what I'm about to have you look at. I'm sorry in advance. I hope you know I'm doing this out of love and not hate. Is that the 5 minutes? Hmm. Did you not see the thing I sent you earlier? Okay. Hmm. Then up square. Hmm. Gin is suspended, not halted. Oh, interesting. Can you see the market continue this downtrend into SLD? I'd say it's oversold, but it may not be. SPX flip, gamma flip is at 4088. Intraday 4097 with the 0 DTEs weighted. Did you just sell puts on GME? No? RV's gonna go up though. It's a bad time to cut those. These, still not a great time. GNS going to be suspended for manipulation from the CEO. I'd die laughing if a lawsuit comes out. That'd be pretty funny. Uh, God damn it, dork. 1750. Fuck me. All right, dork, let's talk 1750 synthetic longs bought at $16. Entered at $16. Cut total up 67%. I mean, yes, I did. Cut the calls, hodl the puts. I suppose I probably wouldn't get assigned. And then I could let more theta eat at him. Hmm. I think it would not be smart to hodl that whole thing through CPI. So here's the deal. I already sold half of the position. So I sold like 100 of them and closed out the puts at our test at like 24. The first test of 24. So it's all paid for. Hmm. Be greedy when others are poor. Is you willing to buy more GameStop? I think it's going to stay under 1750 for a year? That's intense. I almost want to hold them in the belief that that won't happen. All right, I'll be smart about it. Let's see how much the market maker's hedging them. If we only go down to 1850. I want to be very upset with you. We'll go down to 1850 by 19 calls. I'm gonna. I mean 20s actually, but I'm not gonna sell 19s at 1850. I want that sweet sweet delta. Sweet Jesus, I thought that sound was your wrist. No. Although my wrist is very crackly. Is this the Fed fucking the market again? Could be. Actually. I don't know if you can hear it in the. Well, I don't know if the microphone would pick it up. Maybe on Discord. Gorg, I'm buying Jimmy $14 puts for tomorrow. Let's go. You don't think a lot before you do things, do you? Do you mind touching on why 1750 CSP now when the price will likely drop further? I'm buying them back. Slowly, but I'm buying them back. No, not GME below 1750 for a year. But why not take profit now? GME Rocket Man. Slightly super stonk Kool-Aid drinker. Why do you think I own a business I'm entirely unqualified to run? Bravado. So many crybabies. Yeah, people always get really sad when I start buying puts and selling CCs. By the way, I need some help running a business. Can you please help? Uh, Probably not. Well, the chart being provided, which was provided today also, has gotten progressively more bearish. I too own a business I'm not qualified to run, Rich Daddy. You know anything about Somalian law or metal, do you? No, but I know a Somali guy who's in a metal band. I feel like I'm already more qualified than you are. That's what I thought. My port is down, redacted, but my CCs are up 1% of that drop. Feels good, man. Yeah, CCs are awesome. I don't really have a lot of dreams. Sometimes, but usually just when I'm like fucked up. We rip here? Well, after my CSPs are done being bought back very slowly over a period of time, then the calls sell off. The delta on those right now is 0.63. I knew it. You were the market maker all along. No, I wasn't. That's crazy. How do you manage your anxiety with an underwater position like SPXW 4170? I don't have any. You mean because of the money? I don't give a shit about that. Are you or anyone else still looking for a mustachioed woman? I saw one at the gas station today and grabbed her plate number. Oh, that's Rims and Tim's. Rims and Tim's is really into that. What's on my screen? I thought your dream was to be a centerfold at Playgirl magazine, to do a full spread and like pull your butt apart and everything. I mean, that'd be cool. I think Turd, you know you've made it when people are paying for your dick pics. The 4170s. Oh, I said I don't care about them. I know I have them. I don't have any anxiety about them. They were bought for a purpose. They've served that purpose and now they're dead. Those are Lotto 2 pours. What's the best way to avoid slippage when selling large amounts of CCs? Is it primarily spreading the contracts up across different strikes? I mean, if you're selling a very large amount of them, you're most likely going to have to look out and in the money. But yeah, you want to spread them out across a lot of different strikes, generally speaking, and use limit sells. As you close your CCs, does the market maker see OI decrease and is buying? I don't know. It shouldn't be. They're sold. I'm buying them back. They're BTC, so maybe. The calls haven't started selling yet, so. If you sell in the money, wouldn't that get assigned right away? No. Because someone has paid for Theta to buy it. They're sold puts, Carl. They're bullish. Bought 2 March through 4100p this morning. Should downside gap buy a few puts be a rule? Whenever it happens, I regret not buying more, but I'm straddled and strangled with SPX positions. Also, we're probably going to close around here, aren't we? It doesn't look great for a recovery. So that's a possibility. Not always. It really depends on how much momentum and how big we had a pretty big downside gap this morning. I'm surprised we filled it. Generally speaking, that kind of thing incentivizes more bulls to come in, but they're very skittish right now. So it ended up doing kind of the opposite. Your thoughts on the digital coffee machines, like automatic espresso machines? They're a waste of money, and they're a pain in the ass to maintain. And if you don't maintain them, they stop making espresso really fast and start making like pissy tasting pour overs. Nope. Anywho. Hey, Gork's not mad at me anymore. Only because I got an extra 5%, Dork. Where do you think GME's going to? Might go back to like 1850. Might go back to. I think it's a little too illiquid to go back to like 1550, but we might see that range briefly. Um, Outside of any crazy market volatility, which is obviously unpredictable, but if the market doesn't crash, I think we drop back into like the 1850 range. They crush out the rest of the IV, and then we either run in Feb or we run at the beginning of March and then for March OPEX. That's kind of where my head's at right now. Me and Walken on the same team. He'll probably get bullish tomorrow morning. Lex Beats World, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah.
Russia making 500k soldiers, 1.8k tanks to launch offensive in 10 days. Official. Okay. How did it amassing 500? I thought you wrote making. That's a lot of soldiers. I think about a quasi-fancy coffee machine for my girlfriend's clients for a private practice. It's easy for them to use. Does something exist that's not time-consuming to maintain? Yeah, I mean, a standard espresso machine is not very time-consuming to maintain. You have like a little bit of maintenance every week, unless you use it a ton. You could get something like a niche where it's, you know, super easy to dose. There's more steps involved than with a automatic. But the quality of the coffee's better. Espresso is garbage. Thanks for rescue from Moon Morons, showing SPX daily money instead of daydreaming. Don't think like a poor. Surviving super gonorrhea from your poor. What does that say? Poor date. Love you, Grumpy. Thanks, Mikey. It was not super gonorrhea. Here's a thought, just buy good coffee. I do. Give them a flare and make them squeeze their own beans. That thing makes pretty good coffee for like 150 bucks. It's insane. That's a lot of work though. They're selling CCs on GME this week. How much theta is best? 217 seems like too little. 317, too much. In between has little OI. I don't know. I sold CCs for 217. I agree that the OI is too thin in between. Some strikes are okay, but most are complete shit. How big of a reaction would the market have if there's another big escalation in Ukraine conflict? Probably a decent amount. It's been on the back burner for too long. What percent of your SPX correction position are you in right now? Between SQQQ and my SPX puts, probably almost all of it. There's more I want to enter a little bit nearer the money, but I'm going to wait till next week, probably. Like, I want to get some 40, like, shorter dated, like 40, I don't know, 4075 or 4050. Now being excited about Jimmy 2025 leaps at a $30 strike. Probably not. No. I don't think this is the best time to buy those. IV's still a little high. Did you say SQQQ puts? No, I have shares. I have a whole bunch of fucking SQQQ shares, unfortunately. They're up a bit. Uh, not a lot. My cost basis is 32 on them. It's like, well, it's like 32.16, but William Feisler, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. Sell CCs on Hal here? Ooh. Maybe not. With a potential market drop, that could Hal's gonna move kind of with commodities, right? A little bit with commodities. If there's like a potential push in escalation of the Ukraine conflict, yeah, I'd be a little careful with playing the downside on Halliburton. Why shares and not leaps? I was selling CCs against CSPs against it, and I got assigned. I was getting pretty aggressive with them, selling them in the money. Have you had espresso from the Gaggiino? I've only ever seen reviews by builders themselves and wonder, is it copium rather than genuinely good? No, I haven't. Hey Gurk, quick question. I want to jump my 100C to get into a different position. Cost basis around 79. So it'd be a slight loss on them. If Jimmy's gonna dump lower, does it make sense to get out of them? I'm kind of wondering the same thing, but if there's a big market dump, IV will go up, and they may be worth more than they are now. Well, Greg, I believe I've effectively hedged my upstart position and stemmed the bleeding, which means it's probably going to rip. Nvidia puts, same like Bobby, don't bring them up till 22nd of February. I mean, if you're getting them, it's at a resistance right now. So if you're getting them and you're getting plenty of theta and you're not crazy far out of the money, then they're probably fine. I'm gonna wait a bit longer. I think IV's already moving up on Nvidia pretty hard, so I'd probably rather wait till after earnings, like IV crush. And I also kind of want to see how much their earnings are padded before I enter like a big put position there. Why fears of big dumps now? Just SLD or market dumps on Russia? Both. I guess you could have both. I'm less so the market, like the Russia thing, than the SLD thing, but SLD's a thing. I really don't understand the recession thesis. I see a small dip, but nothing apocalyptic. What do you mean? Like, you don't understand us hitting a recession? It's gonna be. I mean, it's not gonna be apocalyptic, but it's gonna be drawn out. SLD from our current price is a drop to anywhere from like 39.73 to like 440.15. What's the driver of said recession? Economic contraction, which is already occurring. GDP estimates are down. Margins are contracting on almost every major company. That's literally what defines a recession. Stagnant growth. And this is a little worse than that, right? The Fed's insuring it. The Chinese spy balloon is escalating. Of course it is. Maybe Baba goes to zero. Delisted on US exchanges. Those puts will be so sweet. The Fed has literally been trying to accomplish this for the past 8 months. Yeah. And the effect of rate increases is cumulative. So we haven't felt them at all yet. The last 4.75 hikes, we're not even seeing the effects of that yet. But the way the Fed is handling things, I see them overdoing it, then inflation is killed so hard, it becomes deflation, and we all lose our jobs and cry about it to you. Oh, that's definitely gonna happen. Hopefully, everyone has puts on Nvidia Torque. I'm sorry, I had to. Imagine the buying power in a deflationary environment. If you bet, if you nail the downside, holy fuck, we'd be richer than boomers. It's super fucking hot. The GLD squeeze is gonna be legendary. Imagine not knowing the anchored VWAP top from Nvidia is 227, 228. Ugh, we've almost broken through gamma neutral. This isn't looking good for a rebound before SLD kicks in big, is it? Actually, there's still a lot of call interest at 4100, like a shitload of it. And it's long dated. I'm convinced Chinese banks are propping up Baba today. Maybe. Hang Sen had a good night. Nvidia at a 0? No. But you might get, in a deflationary environment, you might be able to afford a video card. American banks are propping up Carvana. I mean that. No, I mean here's the thing, Dork. You are kind of right in that if that inventory hits the market all at once, it's going to be a big problem. Oh God, imagine all the subprime lending on cars. Ugh. I can't get any harder than I am right now thinking about that. Imagine how many people bought cars over the last 6 months at like 11 points or subprime rates of like 23 on a depreciating assets. Rapidly depreciating assets. And dealers are charging markups on the fucking cars. So not only are they paying over book when they buy it, so it's immediately the immediate depreciation is massive, right? Like instead of 10%, it's like 25% because of the fucking markup. I bought it with cash though, and I bought it for MSRP. And I got a brand that probably depreciates at one of the slowest rates. And it was a hybrid, so it's even slower depreciation. Lexus? Don't spell it like that. Toyota Plus. I think the ish is hitting the fan on the commercial real estate. Massive shift in people working from home now. And commercial real estate are multi-year commitments on the lease terms. Also, the loans are packaged. So even if they have one successful property out of 5, they're gonna fail on all of them, right? They're gonna default on the whole package loan. Thoughts on Upstart before earnings? I want to average down. Do you have a price target? If I'm buying Upstart again, I need to buy it below 15 in order to average down even a little bit. I sold some cover calls on it after the run, so I shaved off like a $1.80 in cost basis there. If I buy like another 12,000 shares sub 15, depending on how low I can get them, I can move my cost basis down another like 14%. Big synthetic shorts for 217, huh? Interesting. Fuck, out of liquidity already? They've got to use those? That was awfully soon. Oh, is it? It's March 17, Feb 17? Interesting. That looks like an OPEX play, but way too big to be retail. Curious. Fuck. Hmm. Industrial modern living spaces. Ugh. God. I hate everything you love, Stefan. Except myself. Are you expecting GME to stay below 19 until Feb 17th? I think it can fall below 19 by Feb 17th. That's a decent cost basis for upscore. 17? 17's not bad. Obviously, sub $15 is amazing. And the lower you get, the better it gets. But 17's not the worst. Most valuation models in a favorable environment and a return to like a CAGR of like 30% put Upstart around like 26 to $40 on the very, very high end. So 17's not awful. Better prices are available, maybe. And I think CAGR of 30% is in a favorable interest rate environment is very moderate. The question is when do we see that favorable interest rate environment? It could be quite some time, right? Because that depends on the Fed. Wouldn't Twitch stream? I don't know. I've been, you know, the other day I was bored and I was thinking about playing video games again. It might be sooner than you think. Chicken tender daddy quant. The dollar will go up. Maybe trash. But not Harry Potter. I'd have no interest in playing that game. I've never played The Last of Us. How about COD with the boys? We'll discuss Vana for 9 hours and slay some noobs. Man, I don't want to talk about Vana for 9 hours. You're not shadow banned, Arnold Kent. I see you with both of my eyes. Just play Harry Potter and flare the stream politics. Jesus, man. It's not really a good game. Shader issues sort of feels unfinished. Wait on Hogwarts till they fix some things. DMs, check them. Big ass vertical call spread on XRT. Interesting. We just had a big fucking diagonal come in on Upstart too. I think GME is so illiquid that this is literally me closing out my synthetic longs. And they were in the money, so it was. Test it again. Re-enter synthetic longs? Wouldn't that just create the opposite effect? Can you give us a few fast and easy tips? Those aren't real in the stock market. There's nothing fast. There's nothing easy. Differentiate a pullback versus a long-term trend change. Volume. Long-term trend changes are marked by levels of capitulation, where ground is given up slowly over time. Pullbacks are generally fairly rapid and reverse quickly on high volume. Want to feel something? Long dated, in the money, synthetic long on Tootsie Roll. Stop trying to get me to short squeeze Tootsie Roll, dork. I know what you want me to do. You want me to sell protective puts on all my GME and go synthetic long at the money. I'm not going to do it. You wanna... That's Fanta, not Tootsie Roll. How am I SPY 402p looking for tomorrow? I just sold some. You what? Sold to close? Or sold to open? You buy 100 GME $20 calls, Carl. Sold to open? Interesting. Probably okay. What expiration? They expire tomorrow? It's probably not terrible. What are the odds on SPX 4125 now? Low. We fell below gamma neutral. On like low volume. And there's no reversal in sight. We're starting to get too like downwards price action is going to accelerate. And we're getting way too far away from we're getting too far away from the 4100 interest. What was your long-term price target on Dole? I don't remember. Hold on, I'll look. Does anyone remember? It was like 15 or something like that. 15 or 16. It wasn't 7. Oh, fuck off. I'll just look myself. Share prices between 980 and 1750 with a target of 14 by Q3 2024. Is this a good entry for SRUUF? Is it trading at a premium? I haven't looked at it today. I think it's trading at a premium. Yeah, it's trading at a premium today. So, I mean, generally speaking, it's better to buy it when it's not trading at a premium. But when it's trading at a premium, that's an advantage. What's your price target on BP? I've already exceeded it. Kind of just enjoying the ride now. Do you have a PT for Upstart this time next year? It depends on what the Fed's course of actions are. Yes. 2024 would be like 2640-ish, around there. 2645. But if rates are peeled back sooner, that could change. If rates are advanced more, that can push that timeline out. Yield diversion stabilizing at higher yields is bearish for equities. How stupid am I for thinking that? I don't think that's stupid. Can you explain what explain like on 5 what trading at a premium means? It means it's trading at a premium to its NAV, its net asset value. Um, there's a reflexive effect on SRUUF in the uranium market when it trades at a premium. It then issues shares and buys more uranium, which then raises the price of uranium, which increases the price at which SRUUF trades at a premium to its NAV. So basically, once SRUUF starts buying uranium in the market, it drives the price of uranium up. There he goes using the word he's defining in the definition. Sometimes I have to. Can you speak on if the price action of the last 2 days is maybe the Fed dumping balance sheet? I have a better idea of it tomorrow. They update a day after, so there's a 1 day lag. There's no options on SRUUF, So yeah, I'd have to wait for tomorrow. Below gamma neutral on SPX Straddle City. Yeah. Bonds selling off? That's not a good sign. No way we not pull back hard after today. This is massively oversold on no bad news. Yields inverted. And long seems simply out of the game for 2 straight days. Position aside on the chain, there are just no longs doing any actual buying of equity. Something is very off. I don't think that's entirely true because Nasdaq's been parts of Nasdaq have been pumping this entire time, right? It looks like they're inflating values on tech, or they're recalling shorts. I accidentally sold cover calls on Tesla. I've never been more alive. Do you even own Tesla? Did you just sell naked calls on Tesla? Oh, dear God. Turd, 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 turd. Turd Ferg. You better fucking hope the market crashes. If they're recalling shorts, shouldn't the market go up? Are you thinking that last push was the ups? It could have been. The risk-free rate started to stabilize. It fits the thesis. VIX hit a low in like what, the 17s? I had a buddy who did a buy rate on Tesla at 110 for 3,000 shares. He's upset even though he pocketed like 60K. And that's kind of like what I did last time with my Tesla shares. It was great. These puts are going to pay for my Feb NOPEX position. The sell-off on SPX seems overblown. What am I missing? I mean, we just slipped gamma neutral and are basically enshrouded in puts. What did you sell on Upstart? Covered calls? Is it true that BTU generates 4x the FCF of CEIX, but less than 2 times the market cap? You tell me, Sisyphus. Why is fake money so much easier to play with? Because you don't have any emotional attachment to it. VIX above 21. Yep. I expect some puts to take profits tomorrow. I hope they do. Are you straddling SPX tonight? Is gamma negative? Is Delta 0.7 a good put entry for NVIDIA? It's expensive as shit. If you hope puts take profits tomorrow, wouldn't tomorrow have been a better time for covered calls? I have a lot more covered calls to sell than the ones I've sold today. Stonk man. And I can't sell them all in one day. I'll blow up the spreads. You said to buy 1 DT calls on SPX. Got it. I did not. But Craculon, things are not looking good, Chief. Kind of depends on how you're positioned, right? Is Jimmy holding the line here look bullish for tomorrow? I feel like we should have had major downs when SPX broke gamma. No, not really. We're kind of illiquid into the end of the day. SPX is getting a bit of a volumetric sell-off, but not a ton. Also, thank you so much, Butt Craculon. What do you mean is gamma negative? The market maker is net negative gamma now. GME T+3 tomorrow from Monday? Today was, well, tomorrow morning is the end of T+3. Vanguard bought? Okay. A little bit. It would appear that way. I need to go back through their filings and look. I don't know when their last filing was. Could the puts piling on cause a crash? Yes. Thank you for teaching us how to hedge our ports. Hedging is kind of cool. No problem, man. Is all the arbitrage on GME gone now? No. That's why I haven't sold all my covered calls yet. Arbitrage, it's still very low. Yeah, the market maker is selling into falling prices and buying into rising prices. Jesus Christ, people actually thinking 13Gs mean anything? Apparently. I can give you Vanguard position on a daily basis. Most of it, yeah. Or 1 day behind, right? Why would you straddle? Wouldn't you just go short? I said their market maker is buying into rising prices and selling into falling prices. What does that tell you, OG rules? That would tell you that implied volatility is going to go. Come on, fill in the blanks here. You can do it. No, Carl. Up. Implied volatility is going to go up. And straddles profit off of launch. Exactly. I'm never doing this again. Still thinking Jimmy doesn't see price action during Feb OPEX. Oh, I have no idea. That's completely unpredictable. They don't there's a deferral there, but they don't have to use it. We're learning? No. There's a couple of people that did. Most of the answers were incorrect. I don't know who was right. I wasn't paying attention. I'm not going to go scroll back through chat to validate you. It depends on how many puts are on the chain, walking. If people start flooding into them, it can wag the dog. I can't afford an SPX straddle. Will a SPY straddle with more theta be a viable alternative? Yeah, it could be. If you have more Vega on it, it's probably it is an alternative. It's not going to be as good, but it's an alternative. Ugh. Tomorrow, big ups 4,300 because MM and retail buying puts. Got it. We'll find out. Possible we go down during SLD, not because of deposits, but because the economy is a pile of shit. I mean, that's kind of the looming specter over everything, right? That's correct, Walken. Will you stream Upstart earnings? Are they at night? Maybe. Mind checking a ticker and giving feedback? Sure, which one? Could today's price action mute SLD next week? Possibly if we stay in this range. SX went down so much already prior to SLD. How much lower could we go next week? 200 to 300 basis points. It could, it may not. SLD is unpredictable. It's not a predictable event. It's just an event. I would like to remind everyone that you can buy a 6-month treasury for a 4.8% return annualized and no federal taxes. This should be noted when they are down 90%, thinking we run on Feb OPEX. They're trying to get more customers, poopy pants. SPX have more upside here. I mean, we're getting some capitulation. We could break back above Gamma Max. Positive or negative Michigan sentiment tomorrow? Probably positive. If we ripped, does that mean Jamie rolled his collar? I don't think Jamie's moving his collar anywhere. I just did the math. I never have to pay taxes again. Congratulations. You've done what every American dreams of doing. You've beaten the IRS. Blessings be upon you, Pigeon Teeth. Opinions on MVIS. I think it's a piece of shit. I'm not sure, though. If it's the thing I'm thinking of, it's a piece of shit. Yeah, it's a piece of shit. What about it? Looks like it ran with the rest of the basket and it's tanking like a brick. Back to $2. It looks slightly index exposed, although I don't know what index. It's a little hard to say, but I think it's pulling back. Maybe like 1016, 1009. 1009 to 985. There we go. I like that range. Barring a market crash, of course. It's not hard. It's not hard to not pay taxes. Jobless people do it all the time. Fair. Kind of feel like the market is going to tank soon. Volmageddon 2.0 and all of that. We could be close. Did you really time him out but for saying Carl is the most consistent moderator of all time? Fluffy? Do we have mod drama? No, we gotta shut it down. Is this because I unbanned Carl first? Smite me? Telling you mod me, I will do nothing. You will love it. I already have moderators for that. Carl greater than Fluffy. Wow. You're really trying to start some shit, huh? I timed Carl out. He requested that he be smote. Where? Is this puts copulating? Surfa thinks because I put I in sentences that I'm a mega narcissist. Sounds about right. I agree with you, Fluffy. So my upstart calls for 2/24/1750 will not print money. They didn't they? Already? Do I need like a flashing banner that says buy and sell? Because I'm not gonna get one. Yes. It's ridiculous. Here comes profits. Yeah, back over gamma neutral. All the other mods are fun. Fluffy is about Fluffy. What? Fluffy is super fun. All I know is my SPX March puts are already printing. Let's fucking go 3600 we. Yeah. It's just high frequency trading. Everyone knows I only want all the attention on myself. I literally go out of my way every single day to make sure everyone is talking about me. That's why I'm so super active everywhere. Exactly. That's why you're the goat, Fluffy. You almost got your AMD CC entry. Came close. How high frequency does trading have to be before you can't hear it anymore? No, not the throat goat. That's Dan Rod. I found out where people were getting Vanguard bot news. It's top on Superstonk. I can't believe I just went over there and commented. I expect better from you guys. I'm so sorry to hear that, turd. Is your keyboard or phone okay? You can always wash it. I still don't really know what a glizzy is. I know it has something to do with a hot dog. It's just a hot dog? I keep looking at Baba and it's like a gut punch. End of the day, I hope Heg's son bleeds overnight. It's not even down that much. Or, well, up that much. It's a hot dog, no bun. That's disgusting. Pork missile. If you couldn't afford long-dated SPX or spy puts, what's the next best alternative? Getting a job? Or SPXS? Or L? Oh, it's Baltimore slang? That's just, yeah, never mind. Everything else is red. Baba's green. That's Tesla's green. So's Nvidia. I love this fucking stream. Potash for the win. Dork, hey, listen. If the SEC ever comes in and steals all our trading ideas, do you want to become an arms dealer with me? I think we'd be great at it. Like Lord of War, but us. Fuck yes. Awesome. That's all I needed to know. JFresh knows the generals. Of course we're gonna stream it. Slaps Kalishnikov. You can overthrow so many governments in this bad boy. I stand with Dork. People are underestimating the fertilizer play. Russia is done. I'm not. Bullish on X? If I do a DD on X again, even though I already told people to buy it when it was like $17, I'm gonna call the DD X, gonna give it to you. Yeah, fuck you, Thomas. You son of a bitch. Carmen Gaines, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it to float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin.
My parents frequently scolded me after church. Did you do everything the priest told you to?
Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke, motherfucker.
I once visited the Moldovan Republic. My translator there offered to sell me historic and more modern Soviet firearms to sell to the US. He said the markup was huge. Probably. Good luck getting them in the country. Ding ding. The day is done. That was exciting. Little bit of 0 DTE profit taking on some puts there, I think. No significant long repositioning, and we closed the day below gamma neutral. When the SPY falls below gamma neutral, things tend to accelerate to the downside, but we do still have 3 trading days before SLD officially begins, and volatility is expected to be moderately high, with a chance of market crash on the horizon. That's about all I've got. I sold some covered calls today. Yep. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Maybe more down. On everything. Well, not everything, but most things. I hope you get a sign tomorrow. Thanks. There's some chance at upside, but it's very slim. BT earnings are on the 14th in the morning, actually. I risked a whopping $70 on my upside hedge. I bought a straddle, so we'll see where that goes. Nixa said, all right, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everybody. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers it's not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.